Happy New Year, everybody. How are we doing? We are live. We're live about an hour later than I was originally intending because I have finally come down with Alice's cold. Well, the same cold that struck Alice down. So I'm very, very ill. So I don't know how much of today we're going to be able to do. But I wanted to go live because I wanted to do this today. So we are here, we are live. We're going to try and get some stuff done. We might not be able to do the whole 7 or 8 hours that we talked about, but we will be doing some stuff. So a happy new year to all of you. I hope you're all well. I hope you had a good time. I hope you're all feeling better than I am at the moment. Now look, I built these over Christmas. I built a Leman Russ. I built another Leman Russ. I built a Baneblade. And this is what we're painting today. So this is going to be cool. I hope. But before we go any further, there's one thing we need to do, and I was going to do it before we went live, but we need to change this because we did 2024 600 models. We now need to edit this to 2025, and the models painted goes down to 0. There it is. Can you believe it? 0 models painted. What a layabout, eh? But, I'm just going to say a quick hello to everybody in the chat. Hello. Yamail, Angmar, Stoogie, Tattooed Zoologist, Captain Manrings, Blethin, Jason Papworth, Polygon, Pridders, Thomas, Reza, Keith Story, Tiger Bear Wolf, Books and Clay, Grey Wolf, Reverend Chris Lawton, Captain Manrings, Mr. the Warhipster, Mr. the Captain Manrings. Where the hell do you keep 600 models? In various nooks and crannies, and shelves and tables. Can I just say I've painted 1 model this year, lol. Yes, you can, Tattoo Zoologist. Happy New Year, Mikhail. So 30k models painted for this year's goal. 30k? As in, you want me to paint 30,000 models, or the goal is to paint Warhammer 30k models? That could mean anything. But this is where we're at. So, a little bit of admin before we get going. As you can see, we have already done some work on them. These have been primed twice. So I used Colourforge sprays for these. I used Hyrax brown for the dark brown. Then I used an absolute ton of blue tack to mask them off over the top of all the dark brown. And then used trench brown over the top to give me this camo pattern, which I think looks really cool. I don't know if you agree. And we're going to try and keep these reasonably simple, basically. So that way, throughout the year, we can do a bunch of Astra Militarum stuff. So realistically, all as we need to do here is basically dry brush them and then add some detail work. Edward, thank you very much for being a member for 17 months. Happy New Year to you. And Captain Manrings, thank you very much for being a member for 20 months. Happy New Year, you bloody legend. Right back at you. And Happy New Year to Mark Watson, a member for 41 months. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to you as well. So, yeah, there we go. That's what it looks like. So as you can see. So my intention is for these to basically fit into what I hope will be a basically my Harakoni Warhawks and my Death Corps of Krieg 2 Leman Russ and a Baneblade. Correct? That is correct. Here is the Baneblade. The Baneblade is here. So I figured the tests are going to be here on the Leman Russ, and then the Baneblade are going to be where we kind of, you know, the Baneblade is where we're actually going to film it, if we do indeed film it. New 30k Leman Russes are so good. They have trim for your 40k Chaos Legions. They do. They don't have any sponsons though, is the problem. I don't know if these go on there. I wanted to get some of them. I think I will get some of the 30k Basilisks. I absolutely love tanks in 40k, but God help me, the amount of paint I need to paint them. Yes. Yes. That is what we're about to experience today. I feel like these deserve the honor of a brand new brush. Ooh. Hey, Chris Bailey. Right, let's get on with it, shall we? Let's start painting some tanks. So, we're basically going to start, I think, with just a dry brush. We could do some shading, but we'll have to see what the dry brush looks like. And then if it looks okay, we won't need to do any shading. If it doesn't look okay, then we'll have to do some additional shading on top of it. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to use Karak Stone as my dry brush. My first dry brush, as it were. So I'm just going to shake that pot up. And we're going to get some here on our kitchen towel. There we go. And we'll start with the battle tank, shall we? So, let's give that, make sure that we're... That looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Looks alright, doesn't it? Because I'm not feeling very well, I'm going to need active communication from you, chat. If it looks like crap, I need you to tell me it looks like crap. If it looks good, I need you to tell me it looks good. The Tattoo Zoologist, thank you very much for being our first gifted new member of the year. You are a legend, sir. Our first one. Incredible. You get the gold star, Tattoo Zoologist. So yeah, I've talked about this briefly a little bit. What colour are you going to be doing the tracks? So the tracks, I'm going to paint them in with black, and then I'm going to dry brush them with silver. Is how we're going to get the tracks done. So we're going to use Black Legion. And then we'll dry brush them. What do you think so far, chat? A little bit more carrick stone. They're technically 3 colour minimum once they have this dry brush on. Will you be picking out the tracks in metal? No, so, well, yes, but what we will be doing is we'll be picking them out with Black Legion and then dry brushing them with silver. Which will just give them like a really heavy feel. So there you go. That's one dry brush tank. So if we then compare it, you see the difference that's made. Looks pretty stark, doesn't it? It really can be as simple as that sometimes. Right, let's do the next Leman Russ. Are there any wet palettes you can recommend? No, because I don't recommend using a wet palette. Is the long and short of it. I think there's very specific use cases for using a wet palette, but for the way that I paint, where you want to avoid water on the contrast paints, a wet palette would be entirely superfluous to my painting workflow, basically. But I'm sure someone in the chat would be able to recommend one. Trent, thank you very much for becoming a member. Happy New Year to you too, Lucius DeMorto. Happy New Year, Laura. Hello, Laura. How you doing? Happy New Year, Kataro and Alucard. A contrast medium palette. No, so that was the thing, is it would take it would just dilute all your contrast paints, right? So it wouldn't actually do what you would hope it to do, which is to keep your contrast paints wetter for longer. It would just dilute all your contrast paints. So you'd end up having to do loads and loads of thin coats of everything to try and get anywhere with it. And the issue with water and contrast paints is it separates the pigments. So if you put your contrast paint into a wet palette, what will end up happening is you'll just end up with a bunch of separated contrast paints, which works on some contrast paints. It'll be, you know, just about fine, like the single pigment ones, like Imperial Fist. But it's already really, really wet and long life, so you don't need to put that on a wet palette to keep it wet for longer. So if you're then mixing a bunch of contrast paints together, well, if you're then adding a bunch of water to it, you separate your mixed contrast paints. So you end up not with a mix, you end up with this kind of homogeneous blob of paint that doesn't work or do what you want it to. So the wet palette is very good for keeping your base and layer paints wetter for longer, especially if you're using a mix that you are army painting with, because you're not using a base color for one of the main colors. But and also a wet palette is very good when you're using classic paints and you're in a hot country or a very humid country. But otherwise, they're pretty much kind of useless. Like, it's just complicating your paint setup. Basically, is what I would say. Is basically my view on it. Which is why I don't recommend them for contrast work. And therefore I do not have one. But what I would say is, on the subject of wet pallets, is don't buy one. Just follow any one of the hundreds of videos that are here on YouTube on how to make one. That would be much cheaper. You can make them, no problem. Sorry if I'm a little quiet. I'm new to Warhammer. That's alright. You could even just lurk. There's a lot of people who just lurk in the stream, and that's fine. They're just here to enjoy the sound of my voice. For some reason. There we go. I really like how those have come out. I think they look pretty good. What do you think, chat? It comes out alright, doesn't it? Narlops, thank you very much for the $1.99. Our first super chat of 2025. Thanks, dude. Use your Urani Certigrade always. Oh, thank you very much. And Ross RLG, thank you very much for becoming a member. That's 3 new members of 2025. You guys are legends. I'm not sure if I did this, so I'm going to do that because I don't think I updated it earlier. We'll be chipping them up as all. I might. It depends how I feel. So the next job on these is to do the tracks. So, like I was saying, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Black Legion to do that. And so what we then do is we take the Black Legion and we just apply this over the top. And this will kind of just break up the brown. And we will be using a lot more Black Legion. But for now, we'll just concentrate on the tracks. There we go. Black Legion is such a class paint. Black Legion, I think, is the best paint Games Workshop has ever made. And I think like, even if you just don't like contrast paints, you should always give Black Legion a shot, just because I think it is just such a nice paint. I mean, I managed to convert Joe onto it from Liam. He now uses it for everything. Alongside his favourite Corvus Black. Which was also a very, very nice colour. Cool. So now we leave this one. Maybe we can just do the other side as well. Yeah, we'll just do the other side. I thought about leaving the tracks separate, but then I thought actually that would be more annoying on the Baneblade. So I just glued them on. Because that is the prevailing wisdom usually from people who paint these tanks. Is to leave the tracks off and spray them with a silver or something like that. But, as you know, that would be sub-assembling, and I don't generally do that. Yamail Angmar with 10 gifted Warhipster memberships. You are an absolute legend, Yamail Angmar. Thank you so much. Let's start the year right. Yeah, let's do that, Yamail Angmar. It's 2025. I'm expecting 2,025 members this year. Chance to be a fine thing. I don't know why I'm worrying about doing the underside of the tracks, but there we go. Seems slightly silly. That'll do. That'll do over there. How many models did you manage to paint in total last year? 600, Ross. Right. On to the next tank. I'm going to go for a face cam here. Just wondering if you still use that Water Plus product. Yeah, I do from time to time. It's one of the easiest ways to thin down base and layer paints. I kind of flip back and forth between using that and water. If I'm using like if I'm just thinning down a little bit of paint to use basically for like what's it called? So like I'm doing the eyes, for example. I need to thin down a little, just a little bit of Screaming Skull. I just take a little bit of Screaming Skull and use a bit of water from my pot. But if I'm doing like gold custodian armor and I've got to use a load of Retributor armor, I use the Water Plus. It's really good stuff. It just makes thinning down paints really quick. Oh, I'm very sweaty, guys. My temperature is really high today. This flu is not nice. I feel bad for Alice because she's had this bug for the last couple of weeks. And it is mean and it is horrid. Do you have a Discord or something like that? I do, and because you're a member, you have access to it. It's one of your membership benefits. It's a really cool Discord. Full of awesome, lovely people. Whom I love very much. Happy New Year to you too, Mr. Biltong Boob. Did your pile of grey go up or down? My pile of grey went up. I paid 600 models and I still ended up with more than that. I've gotten to paint now where I don't buy a kill team or a warband unless you have Contrast Plus painting tutorial. Do you have any kill teams or Underworlds warbands planned? Not planned at the moment, but we'll have to see what happens in the future. I do want to get to doing my Kassakin. So one thing I think we're going to do this year in terms of Me Time Monday is I was going to give Me Time Monday until the end of the year to see if it was still something that we wanted to keep doing. And I think it is something I do want to keep doing, but what I want to do is make it feel a little bit more targeted. So I think for the first quarter of the year, I'm just going to be working on Astra Militarum, getting a really cool Astra Militarum project together on the Me Time Monday streams. Just to keep it nice and targeted, and then I'll paint up everything I want to do for that, and we'll film a bunch of it, and we'll put tutorials out for it, and make it kind of a bit more of an experience. But we'll have to see how it goes. This is all part of it. I'm very excited for the Krieg, for example. I'm really excited for them. And I just wanna get an Astra Militarum army together, because I really want to just start enjoying 40k again, and I think that's my route in. Of course, it might not be, but we'll have to. We'll have to see. So I have this kind of plan in my mind to do a couple of infantry sections of Cadians and Krieg, and then have a set of tanks that can go across both if and as and when I need them. Alright, we're just going to let that dry for the moment. Ugh. Your way to enjoying 40k, sacrifice hundreds of humans for the Imperium. Yes, it's exactly right. So like I need to do 10 more Harakoni Warhawks to make a block of 20. And I need to get a Castellan to lead them. And then as part of that platoon, or whatever, that little army group, I'm going to do a Kassakin as part of the Harakoni Warhawks that will go alongside them. And then I want to do a set of heavy weapons to go to give them backup. And then maybe we'll add a commissar or something just to lead, as part of that sort of command group. And that's a group for me. And that's cool. And I also want to do 5 more Attilan Rough Riders to accompany Lord Solar Leontus with a Boca 10. I sort of laugh at the you dreaded 40 clan rats, but you're probably going to paint about 60 to 100 guardsmen. So the reason why, Seriad, is the clan rats were all different, and they were fiddly, and they were tiny, and they were annoying. Whereas for the Cadians, they're all going to be the same. So it's the same thing, you just keep going. Thanks for your Deathwing building video, by the way. Needed to use it to see how you clip certain parts out on the Deathwing Night Sprue. No, you're very welcome, Marley. Did you paint Gandalf the White with Mr. Took? No, not yet. MESBG content is coming, but we've got some other stuff to do before we get to that. We're just waiting for the black to dry here. I mean, I could just put down some kitchen towel and... If it sticks to it, that's not the end of the world. Because it's just the underside of the tank. That's where we're at. Happy New Year, Mr. Demogorgon. So I think what we'll do is we will... we'll probably use what I might do is I might use Black Legion again, but for like all of the I knew that was going to happen. All of the extra bits. No, you can do the photo, Laura. That's fine. Well, we now have a bit of unintentional battle damage on this one. Make sure it's not on this one as well. Yeah, I think we're okay. No, we're not. That'll do. We found our phones have been messing with colours and post-processing the images unhelpfully. Do you find that sometimes? Yeah, sometimes it's it can be really frustrating using the phone. What phone are you using out of interest? I'm building some Astra Militarum on my phone. Myself, putting together the combat patrol I bought like 6 or 8 months ago. Yeah, I nearly bought one of those. I need to get a Rogel Dawn. So, you know, hashtag superchat / Cumber member. So this little tank group is going to consist of 2 Leman Russ, the Baneblade, and a Rogel Dawn. And I think it'll look cool. You could throw it up for a dono goal. We could. Should we do that? How much is a Rogaldorn? A lot. How much is it on? It's about 60 quid. So... There you go. Hello, Mr. Warhipster. It's Rosalie, Alaric's daughter. Happy New Year. I think you are awesome. I'm going to be painting more because of you. Oh, thank you, Rosalie. I hope you're having a great time. And you've had a lovely Christmas period. Well, and it's that easy. Well, there you go. Thank you very much, No Name. I'll buy the Rogaldorn. I'm just hoping for more MESBG content soon, though. We will get you some more MESBG content soon. That is very, very, very kind of you. Hello again, sir. Hello. There will be more MESBG very, very, very soon. Don't you worry about that. Easier to build your backlog than to build up mine. Yes. Yeah, so MESBG wise, we have Helm Hammerhand, Lord Thorn, and Frecker of the Wold to do, and we have the Minas Tirith army to finish up, as well as paint the heroes of Helm's Deep, a Mumak, and the Men of Harad, obviously. And then we also have the Fellowship of the Ring to do. And some Galadrim as part of a Defenders of Helm's Deep project. So that is all. Oh, and we have the Warriors of the Dead as well. All of that is coming this year. As to when it's happening, hopefully after this week, next week, and the week after, we might have a little bit of time to do some of it. So, yes, we do also have Bard's Family. That's true. That is also something that is on the docket. So yeah, it's on the way. And some Mirkwood Warriors if they ever come back in stock. Yes. So one of the things that gets asked more often than not is Mirkwood / Thranduil on Elk. So the let's have a look. Let's see if Thranduil's in stock. He is not. Happy New Year, you glorious rascal. Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you as well. And Happy New Year to you too, Dominic Benitez. We're literally just watching paint dry at the moment, but that's okay. Suppose I could start the process of filming the Baneblade, couldn't we? An Ogren / Bullgrin video to go with the Rattlings. Maybe sub 2233. I'll have to see how I feel. Mirkwood Elf Captains. They are hideous models, though. What did you think of Model of the Year results? Oh, that was so funny. That was so funny. The fact that Nemesis Claw won 40k perfectly explains why they separated it out, because they knew that something like that would win, and then they'd have to say, and the Model of the Year across all of our game system is an upgrade sprue for Night Lords. That was so funny. Oh man, I thought that was I thought that was really funny. Like, the AOS stuff all makes sense, but you know more people voted for Nemesis Claw, right? Oh man, that was amusing. I was surprised Deathwing Knights didn't get it. I think the video of Bard's family will be the best video you post this year. Do you think, Justice for Bard's family? Bearing in mind, it's got a... Well, I mean, we haven't posted any videos yet, but the first video to go out will be tomorrow, and it will be the Saviors of Cinderfall. But the last video of 2024 was Fulgrim Transfigured, and that has already had 10,000 views. That has been an incredible video, and I'm really pleased. So thank you to anybody who watched that and enjoyed that video. Hello, Gwotkin. Gaming. Hello, Mr. Gwotkin. How you doing? Okay, I think we can just rest these on the paper for now. No name. Unaliving to Bard's family. Those models should be melted down. I will paint them, and then I will destroy them. Have you picked up the store exclusive model this week? No, I was going to order it when it goes online, which I think is this weekend, right? It's this Saturday or something. Thank you very much for the 20, and thank you very much for the 5 there, Justice, for Bard's family, and No Name. But yes, I really want to get the outnumbered model. I think it looks great. What I might do is I might try and destroy the models with Herogrim. I'll be like, this is what I think of you, Bard's family. That could be quite funny. Ba-doo-doo. Right. So I want to ask your opinion, chat, and I'm going to look it up as a picture of... I have this. So, how much metallics are there actually on these bad boys? Not very much is the answer. Hope everyone had a lovely Christmas and New Year. I have had a lovely Christmas and I had a lovely New Year, but I am very ill now. I'm feeling better as the stream's going on though, which is good. Why not paint Bard's family in the style of the Harlequins from Old Eldar? Absolutely not. Come on, dry. I suppose we could always do a little bit more. A little bit more Black Legioning. Should we do that? So planning, how long are you planning to stream today? I kind of want to paint a tank along, but also not feeling 40k at the moment. I understand that. I was planning to stream until late. So, for at least a couple of hours. So let's use a little bit more Black Legion. And we'll just use this over the top of the casings of the guns. Oh yeah, I went for classic loadouts here. So we do the heavy bolter like that, and what about the las cannon? Most of the las cannon is in black as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what else they do with MESBG this year. Because I think MESBG fans, you'll either dine well this year, or it's going to be like, all that fanfare? But we're not in a mainline edition year, so it could be that we get a lot of cool stuff for the alternate games, as well as, I mean, I think we're going to see 6 to 8 battle tomes this year. Probably 6 to 8 codexes as well. Would be what I would expect. We need to do the smoke launcher as well, don't we? And then we got this. Perfect. What else? What else do we think should be black on here? Happy New Year, Plopsicorn. Happy New Year to you too, Lennox. Love your tutorials about the BA and try to follow it as close as possible. I have a little bit of a problem with spots and contrast paint. Is there like a method to avoid it? It really comes with there is a lot of kind of brush control with it, really. It's about knowing how much contrast paint is actually on your brush at any one time. Oh, got the other smoke launcher. I got a video called How to Use Contrast Paints Properly. That will help you significantly understand the kind of more of the theory with painting. Also, one piece of advice which I think a lot of people don't realize is a problem is you don't need to thin your contrast paints down on palette with a bit of water. Don't do that. The reason I don't do it in the videos is because you don't need to do it. And a lot of the time, when people are having problems, it's because they're doing it. Because conventional wisdom says to do that. I think brush size helped me actually get the hang of contrast. Following your tutorials and especially using a small layer brush instead of a shade made the contrast go on a lot easier. Yeah, 100%. Using a shade brush. Using a shade brush, what that does is it creates hidden contrast paint, basically, because a shade brush is designed to hold a lot of paint in the belly of the brush, which is the kind of like the main part of the bristles, right? Whereas you don't want that hidden paint in the brush, because when you have all of that paint sat in the belly of the brush, once you make contact with the model, it flows from the belly of the brush onto the place where you're making that contact, basically. So the reason you don't want all that paint on the brush, belly in the brush, is because you will get the unexpected overpainting where you end up with those huge, large, dark spots. And then you try and kind of absorb it and move it around. And when you've got too much paint in that area, it will just end up spotting or creating that scratchy finish, which you don't want. Mini Painting Dad, thank you very much for the €5. You absolute bloody legend. I think the impression of contrast paint is to lather it on. Yeah, so you don't want to lather it on. What you want to do is you want to glide across the surface, which is how you get those smooth coats. So the trick is, as you're doing it, if you're seeing your brush bend too much, if you can feel the brush stroke as you're making it, you're going too hard. You just want to move across the surface gently with a brush like a layer or something like that, because it doesn't pick up loads of paint and have it in the belly of the brush. It has it all kind of, well, there is some in the belly, of course there is, but a lot more of it is towards the outside of it's held onto the bristles, basically. Which is how you just glide across the surface of the model, sticking towards basically the tip of the brush. And at that point, you're acting more like it's more like a calligraphy pen or a fountain pen, or a Parker pen, whatever you call it. You know, if you remember, like, painting, like, colouring in things as a kid with a felt tip, right? You don't, like, smash it down onto the piece of paper. Whereas if you use pencils, you do. Oh, I haven't done the smoke launchers on that one. Good morning, Travis Woodside. Happy New Year to you. What red do you suggest for Lord Thorn's cape? And Trota Rohan was looking at Flesh Terrors or Blood Angels Red. Blood Angels Red is probably best for Lord Thorn's cape, because what you can do with Blood Angels Red is you can bring it down a little bit further, whereas Flesh Terrors Red, you'd have to bring it up. So, Blood Angels Red works really well because you can then just like use a little bit of Nuln Oil, or you can use a little bit of Carabao Crimson or something if you're not happy with how bright it is, basically. So contrast is from the pot, no palette. Generally, yeah, I use it straight from the pot. Unless you do a mix, in which case you want to do it on a dry palette, so a piece of paper or whatever you use as a dry palette, basically. I found Wildwood tricky to apply. I was following your Fusel Major on Warhawk video. Yours looked great, but mine was patchy and uneven, and I had to shade it with Agrax. Any particular tips for Wildwood? Wildwood's quite a temperamental paint. Give it a really good shake, but if you're not confident with it, what you can do is you can take 4 parts of it and 1 of Lamium Medium, and that will sort it, no problem. That makes it nice and easy to apply. King Glue Plus 84, thank you very much for becoming a member. You absolute ruddy bloody legend. Lamium medium, not contrast medium. No, the reason you would use Lamium medium in that situation is because what you're trying to do is improve the flow to make it easier to apply, rather than dilute the paint. Contrast medium won't make it easier to apply. What contrast medium will do is dilute the paint just a little bit to make it a slightly different color. Lamium medium, what it will do is it will improve the flow. So generally, if you need to go over a large area, I will always use it in the videos. You'll see me do it. 4 parts paint, 1 part Lamium medium. It works. Right. This is it. This is where we're at. This is where we're at with the old tanks. They're looking pretty snazzy, but soon. Not using the Servo Skull palette. I haven't tried it yet. And Travis Woodside, thank you very much for the 10 gifted Warhipster memberships. You absolute mensch. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much. So we're still waiting for Black Legion to dry. But believe it or not, they're actually quite close to being finished. Because what we're going to do is we're going to use Iron Warriors. Wherever the hell that's gone. That's there. We'll dry brush these with a slightly brighter silver. But we're going to use Iron Warriors to block in a bunch of stuff. Now what I might do is back here is use use a different metallic. Let's go with Castellax Bronze. Might be a little too muddy. We can always try it. We'll try it. Question, what colour of teal would you use for work pants? I have some models that is primed matte black and can't decide the nuance of teal. In your situation, I would probably go for... work pants. Let's have a look. I would go for quite a dark one, to be honest. I would maybe look at Maybe something like Stegodon Scale Green, or Sotek Green, or Stegodon Scale Green, because you prime them in black. I would probably look at using Stegodon Scale Green and then highlighting them with Sotek to keep them quite dark if they're going to be kind of more kind of, well, industrial trousers. Oh, we've missed a bit. Where's my Black Legion? It's there. Can you guys see where I've missed a bit? There. There. And over here. Do we think they need a bit of extra depth? That's what I'm curious about. So do we think that if we were to go like Seraphim Sepia, and just like here, do we think that looks good? Or do we think that that's going to add way too much time? I'll do it over here as well. Or maybe Agrax. Like that. I think you should build an Angels Infernus Land Raider for your Blood Angels. That's the one that's got a ton of heavy flamers on it, right? I don't know how much that's actually adding. So I've just done a little bit there on the side. I'll keep thinking about it. Pachoo! We should be able to dry brush the tracks now. I think we should be able to do that. And the question is, what colour? I don't think Iron Warriors, I don't think that'll show up enough. But I think maybe Lead Belcher? Lead Belcher might work. We'll see. Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out together. So basically what we do here is we now dry brush it like that with the silver. See how it just makes it like a really nice heavy dark metal. Ugh, I am not well. What do you think of that, chat? As a comparison, that's what non-dry brushed silver looks like. Yeah, you like it? Scott McGowan, thank you very much for becoming a member. Dry brush for the win. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I'll do stuff and I'll go, I have an idea and I think it's going to work, but you're not 100% that it's definitely going to work. And then I'm impressed by myself that it did work. We call those happy accidents. Just a little bit more. Oh, I'm very pleased with that. Was frustrated to see Lady Elise got second place, and she's been out in stock in the US since it first went up for pre-order, along with the Handmaid and the Lady. Maybe someday they'll be available. Yeah, I'm the same. I understand why it got the Model of the Year, but if you can't actually get hold of it, it's a bit of a shame. Right, this is where we're up to. So, what I think the order of operations here next is to take Iron Warriors to do all of like the gun detailing, use Castellax Bronze for the engine blocks here and here. Then we shade it all, and then we dry brush the whole thing once more with possibly Karak Stone again, just to kind of bring it... Or maybe we go a little bit brighter and we use Screaming Skull. Any hints on next month's theme for Tales? Well, I'll try and get it together for tonight. We'll see how I feel. Surprised you didn't black the mesh over the engine. Yeah, no. So we're going to do this over that, I think. Hello, Mr. ADR Wargaming. So the question I was going to ask you earlier, chat, was these guns, the main cannons, the turret weapons. I think we need some silver on them. And I think, according to the box art, it's the end of the battle cannon, this bit here and that bit there as well. And then here it's all of this. But I don't want to get your opinion. And then we've got this bad boy to do. So, a spot of Iron Warriors. So, for example, we do the end of the barrel. Is it called a barrel when it's a turret weapon? Like that. And then we do this bit. Like that. And then we do... How long ago did you decide on the brown camo scheme? Basically as soon as I saw the Krieg were coming out. But I've known for ages I wanted to expand upon my Harakoni Warhawks ever since I did the what are they called? The Tempestus Aquilons. There we go. How's that? That adds a certain something, doesn't it? So what I think we'll do is we'll also pick out these rivets here. Like that. And we've also got the last area of the las cannon to do. Like that. We'll also do these hooks. Should we do that? We'll do this bit as well. Of the las cannon. And then it's just kind of the rest of the detailing. So I'm going to do that in relative comfort whilst talking to all of you. Right, okay. So the barrels of the smoke launcher. And then we have the detailing on the gun. Basically the barrels of the heavy bolter. And we also need to do the kind of, yeah, that bit. Do you guys think we should battle damage these? You think so? Okay. So here's my question for all of you. So that's all the silver applied. Unless we also do this bit here. Do you think that should be silver or should we leave that? That's a cover. So you think that bit in there? Or should we just leave it? We'll leave it for now. Silver. I made my decision. I've got another one to do now. Luscious Demort, thank you very much for becoming a member. That's really kind of you. A 100 likes on the stream. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, we'll just do it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Might as well do these bits as well. I like these tanks, guys. I like them a lot. I'm enjoying them. I'm also quite happy that it's going pretty quickly. What time did we start? It's been nearly 2 hours, and we've nearly finished 2 Leman Russ. It's not bad, is it? It's like a Leman Russ an hour. Hello, Chewy. So do you guys have any Any New Year's resolutions? Hobby resolutions? Paint more than 319 models. I assume that you're already on like 5. As of today. Adam. I know what you're like with your prodigious productivity. I'm not even on 1 for this year. Can we see the model more, please? You can. I need to thin some more paint. There you go. This is where we're at. Ginger, yeah, thank you very much for the 5. I would like to motivate myself to paint my Space Wolves up. I would also like that for you as well. And I'd like that for me too. I'd like to finish a Space Wolves army. I have like 600 points of it. I did the Combat Patrol, and then I need to finish some Hounds of Morkai. And I need to just do a kind of bit. But I'm kind of waiting for the next, for the rest of them. More AOS gaming plus getting my Maggotkin army fully painted up. And then if I'm optimistic, a Sylvaneth army as well. That sounds dope. Finish my boarding actions terrain. I need to do that. I need to paint a lot of boarding actions terrain. I was going to get some of that made-to-order terrain, but I balked at the price. I was like, oh, absolutely not. Not for £70. Even though it is some of the best terrain that Games Workshop makes. Or has made in the past. I'll do this side. Here we go. I'm going to make a serious effort to paint more than I buy this year. Need to start actually making some headway into my backlog. Nice. Getting my Cities of Sigmar army finished to 2,000 points and then adding the silly war machines. Good. So, I reckon our next task is the Castellax Bronze. Which, like I said, this might not work. It might be too... You see? This might be too... Might not... Do you think that works? Do you think that works with these tanks? This is for the engine blocks, by the way. It's a bit too brownish, isn't it? Could try Warp Block Bronze. Or we just paint them silver and we throw on a contrast paint. We could do that, I suppose. That would work. Let's do that. So we're going to continue with silver. Like that. Forgot to do the tow hook. So we do that. And then I take a rest. Are you not concerned that your units are going to be contrast painted in the vehicles or not? No, I'm not concerned about that at all. It will all work, trust me. And I think what I'm going to do in a second is I'm gonna make a really kind of thin Agrax Earthshade wash, and we're gonna throw that over the top of all of these metallics and the model. Rather than go around recess highlighting it, recess shading it, sorry. I think if we go like maybe like a 2-to-1. Or 3-to-1. Like 3 parts Larmian Medium to 1 part Agrax Earthshade. And we throw this over the top of the entirety of the model. It will give it that little bit of depth that we need. Because we are going to do another dry brush, but that should help. Without being too destructive. But we'll see. Might be a total disaster. We'll have to figure that out. It's all about taking a risk every so often. There we go. Engine blocks are now silver. So I think we'll go for Gore Grunter Fur over those, maybe? Or we'll go for Wildwood. What do you think? So far. My instinct here is wildwood over the top of those here and these. That's my instinct. Gore Grunter Fur will add a real readiness to it. So we go Agrax Earthshade. Where are you? There you are. We go. Where is it? There it is. Lamy medium as well. And we go like 1, 2, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Lamian. So this is that thinned down Agrax Earthshade. What do you think? It just adds a little bit of depth, right? Garagax. Oh, Garagax too. That's a good shout on those metallics. That's a really good shout. There you go. That's what that looks like side by side. It adds something to it, doesn't it? Do you have a Star Drake tutorial, chat? Warhipster, Happy New Year as well, and chat too. I don't have a Star Drake tutorial yet, but because of Adam being an absolutely gorgeous, lovely, wonderful person that he is, he bought me one for Christmas. So that will be happening. I think that means we can do Null Oil, actually, on these metallics here, rather than Agrax Earthshade. Because you don't want the whole tank to be too dirty, right? I think that looks really good. Alright. I'll mix some more up. And we'll do this one's side as well. Just waiting for metallics to dry really at this point. For those of you who aren't sure, I've just realised I didn't explain it very well. This is 6 parts Lamium Medium to 2 parts Agrax Earthshade. So it's technically a 3-to-1, but doubled up so that we can get through an entire section of tank. That we're applying this over the top of all of the armour. I'm just going to mop up any dark runoffs. There we go. Edward, thank you very much for the 1 gifted Warhipster membership. That's very kind of you. So like I said, we'll be doing a second dry brush over the top of all of this. I'm not sure I have enough of that mixed to do another section, so we'll just leave them balanced for a moment. I got a full Grim Transfigured and a Star Drake from the better half. That is an excellent haul for Christmas. That is. I like Chewie's idea of using Garagax Sewer, so let's try it. For those alternative metallics. It looks like it's dry on my palette, so it should be good to go on here. Just put you there. So let's have a look. Let's see what this looks like. Well, that's nice. Something a bit different, isn't it? It looks good though. I like that. What's the reason that you prefer contrast over white than slap chop? Thanks. Because slap chop's a waste of time. Cue the outrage. Because so often there is a different skill gap to it, right? So ultimately what you gain out of doing that kind of slap chop method, or using a Zenithal Prime or something like that, it takes you a lot longer to get started. And then what you end up with is something that I don't like, which is if you do slap chop, you end up with basically a scratchy finish, which I don't like. And ultimately, the main thing you're getting out of it is slightly darker armpits for your models, which ultimately I don't think really matters to me. So I prefer to prime it one colour and then just get on with painting. I also feel like if you screw up the dry brushing part, you've got to start again. I know you're saying it's dry brushing, you can't really screw it up, but you can. You really can. You can get to the point where you've dry brushed it so much, all you have is a powdery recess. Which I don't see why that would enhance any of my models. Um, Scathing. No, I know. So this is my view on it, right? Is like, one thing you always have to question, and I would encourage every single one of you to do this, is just because it worked one time, does it work for everything? And the answer is no. The same technique doesn't work for everything all of the time. So the gains are minimal at times. So it might be that you do something like a reptile, right, which has got loads and loads of scales all over it. You're going to prime that black, and then you're going to dry brush the crap out of it with a white. That could work because you'll have lots of really dark recesses if you're going to use dark colours like a dark red and this, that, and the other. That could work. But is it then going to work on the Space Marine? No, it's not. Because what you end up with is you end up with basically a slightly improved shadow here, right? And there. So if you think your Space Marine stands like this, right? You're going to have slightly better shadows along this part and there. Because if you're going to Zenith or Prime it, you're going to straight down, so all of the top of it's going to be white anyway. So you've left it 8 hours to prime it a second time for the benefit to be improved shadows here and under the crotch, basically. Or you've dry brushed it, and again, if you get that wrong, you end up with this scratchy finish here on the shoulders. And the shoulders and the head are the part that people look at. That's the thing that's immediately drawn to, and if you don't get those right, it doesn't work. So that's the question you have to ask yourself. And to get a really smooth Zenith or Prime, you need to use an airbrush to do that. And if you have an airbrush and that's what you like to do, then that's fantastic and that's great. So, you know, that's the question. Miniature Nick, thank you very much for the 5. Happy New Year. For grimy metallics, I like to wash Nuln Oil followed by Agrax. Is there a shade/contrast that would have the same effect in one go? Technically, yeah, you could. If you use Black Legion and you thin it right down, it becomes a really grimy brown. Wildwood is also good at that. But you have to thin it down a little bit. If you use it straight out the pot, it comes out as sort of a brown metallic, which is fine. It's like what I've just done there with the Garagak Sewer, right? So if you do that with Wildwood, you get a very similar colour, right? So there you go. That's it. But if you thin down the contrast paints, they become a really nice shade at times. So Black Legion is one of those that becomes a really nice kind of dark brown shade if you thin it down sort of 3 or 4 parts Lamium medium. That's kind of thing. I think there are some assumptions and oversimplifications there, but get your point. But it's about getting minis on the table and giving people confidence. Yeah, exactly. Like, I personally wouldn't use it because for me it doesn't speed me up, and it doesn't make me. I don't like slap chopping. I don't like zenithal priming, but I know that it gives constant confidence to some other people. So I wouldn't ever say don't do it. I don't. like I said, I like to take my model, prime it white, and then get started. Well, I don't use white. I use grey seer or wraithbone. I do use white sometimes, but mostly I use grey seer or wraithbone. It's not a technique for me, basically, is what I would say. I prefer to line highlight anyway. I like bringing up the models over doing the dry brush. The dry brush thing. Like I said, always prosecute your ideas and your workstation and your workflow. If you think slap chopping or zenithal priming is going to be ideal for that project, then it might be, and you should do it. If it's not going to be ideal for that project, then you shouldn't do it because you've done it for everything else, basically. Is the simplest answer. Love your face, Mr. the Warhipster. I love your face too, Captain Manrings. I guess another thing I would say about the zenithaling and the slap chopping type thing is if you're not going to do any highlight work or indeed any shading work and you're just going to use kind of like army paint or speed paints or contrast paints or express colors, for example, if you're not intending to do anything over and above it, it can really work. But if your intention is to go in and line highlight stuff afterwards, you're probably best off not doing it. And similarly, if you're going to do like corrective glazes and stuff like that, or like relayers of base and layer paints over the top of your contrast paints, again, it's also kind of not really worth doing it because you're then applying an opaque paint over the top of all of that work that you've just done. So, because that's one of the things I see very often is, for example, let's say we're going to paint a blood angel, is that we do, you know, we prime it black and then zenithal prime it with grey seer or something like that. Then apply Blood Angel's red over the top, and then apply Mephiston red over the top of that. Whereas in my recipes, I will prime it white and then use Baal red, and then shade that with Blood Angel's red. and then I'll highlight with Fire Dragon Bright. So it's a different way of doing it, but ultimately, like, that's what I mean about prosecuting what your decisions are for your painting style. Where a nice, smooth, gradual zenithal works for me is in keeping some context for the lighting I'm going for when I'm painting a section at a time. Yeah, I mean that's it as well. There's more to it than just kind of there's being a right or a wrong answer. If you're kind of going for light points and this, that, and the other, or object source lighting based on just the model existing, zenithal can really work in helping you place those colors in terms of getting it to that place where it looks like it makes sense in terms of the context of the world within your viewing the model. For example, if you know, so in that example of the Space Marine, right? If you know that you want to go for, let's say you're going to paint let's say an Ultramarine, and you want to go for really dark shadows. It might be that you do a gradual zenithal, and then use like Ultramarines blue or whatever over the top of it to give you a framework for where your 2 blues are going to sit, or your 3 blues are going to sit, and then you're going to blend through from a darker blue into a lighter blue. As a guide track, that makes sense to do that, and that's a good idea. But again, it's not how I like to paint, so I don't do it, you know. And there's no right or wrong answer. That's the beauty of painting. But it is always an interesting debate. On the merits of things. What would you do if you painted Be'lakor again with the stuff you learnt from doing it the first time, e.g. Zenithal? Yeah, so the first time I did it, I did use a Zenithal priming on it, because I thought that would be useful. And it vaguely was, because he's a really dark model. But if I was to paint Be'lakor again this time around, we have Black Legion there as a paint, which helps us get really dark shadows. So I don't know as I would do that again. Mini Painting Dad, thank you very much for the 5. Bloody legend. Happy New Year to you too, Captain Redbeard. Up next, super glue or plastic glue. I use plastic glue. I'm happy with how these Leman Russ are coming out. I do have to do the main sections with that Agrax Earthshade. I'm just kind of waiting for these areas to fully dry before I can tackle those. I think we're going to have to do the Baneblade at a different time. But I think we can definitely get these done. And I'll film the Baneblade as well, so we'll do a video for it. This has kind of turned into more of a fact-finding stream, as it were. But I want to get these done. We just need to shade the silver and shade the main sections of the tanks. And then give it its final dry brushes. Maybe if I use a slightly bigger brush, that might make things go a little bit quicker. Let's try it. do the turrets last. NWC Grad, thank you very much for becoming a member. That puts us on 28 new members today. And we started on 404, which would mean that we're like that. Boom. Have you seen Cornate Mudeng? I don't think I have. But it sounds wonderful. Where would one view Cornate Mudeng? Put in Discord and tagged. Okay, cool. I'll have a look in just a moment. Allow me to finish Agrex earth shading this tank. I've got to do the turrets as well. And then we've got to shade the metallics. And then we're nearly there. Oh no. Whew. Recently found the channel after picking up this hobby on Boxing Day, and you've got some talent, my dude. Followed your Ultramarine tutorial for my first 4 miniatures. Watched at least 30 of your tutorials, and I'm already hooked. Excellent, David Lane. On your recommendation, took the whole family to see the War of the Rohirrim. Really enjoyed it. Excellent. It's good. It's a good film. Oh. Still got a fair whack of this. Thin down. I think I can probably shade a turret with this. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's close. It's very close. No, not quite. We'll have to thin down another batch. So I think Adam's going to join us for the last leg. I'm going to jump in our Discord. So he should be able to, well, he should be able to join as well. And I will also do that. That dapper gent Adam. Yeah. The dapperest of gents.
Hello.
Speak and he shall appear. Hello, buddy.
You alright?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you?
I am good. Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year, everybody, in chat.
Indeed, indeed. Can you guys hear him out there in the wilds?
The disembodied voice.
Disembodied voice that is Adam.
It's actually how I spend most of my time, as it's sort of ethereal, well, not ethereal, but disembodied voice.
I think you're quite ethereal.
Well, you know. It's
Ethereally beautiful.
Oh, you are kind, sir. Not as beautiful as your tanks.
My tanks. My tanks are
Nice.
looking pretty good, aren't they?
They are looking really good. I'm a big fan.
Scott McGowan, thank you very much for the $5 dude. That's very kind of you.
Thanks, Grey Wolf. Happy New Year to you as well.
Happy New Year, disembodied Adam. I can put his face on the screen as well.
Oh, they don't want to see that. They want to see your tanks and you. So I'm happy to just be a voice.
He is the voice.
The voice of the Mysterons. If anyone remembers Captain Scarlet.
Oh yeah, I loved Captain Scarlet as a kid.
Oh yeah, it was Captain Scarlet. And what was the other really old? Well, I say really old, 60s, like Super Mario. What was it? Super Mario Nation. Jerry. I think he said Jerry Adams. Then that's somebody very different. Jerry Anderson.
Anderson.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, there was a couple, wasn't there? There was Thunderbirds.
Well, yeah, I mean, Thunderbirds was cool. I'm a big Stingray fan. The submarine one.
Stingray. I was a big fan of Stingray. I liked Stingray, and I liked Thunderbirds, and I liked Captain Scarlet. Captain Scarlet used to scare the crap out of me, just because Captain Black was horrifying.
Oh, he was genuinely quite frightening. Like, oh man, just realised I've missed a bit of Gandalf the White. That's slightly annoying.
You missed a bit of Gandalf the White spot.
I said I missed a bit of Gandalf the White. It's actually the scabbard. It's actually the end of Glamdring, the Foehammer. That's like under his cloak on the on-foot version of the model. I've done it on the mounted one because it's much more obvious. But as I'm applying the base texture, I've just noticed it. And it will annoy me, so I'm going to fix it, even though you can't see it.
And why should I welcome you,
Jackie
Gandalf Stormcrow?
You have the power here, Jackie Weaver.
God, that's a reference.
I know, that's like an old one. I was going to say, my Sink Noodles Gaming says my mind also went to Jerry Adams. I think probably one of the greatest tweets that have ever existed is one where Jerry Adams said, this was like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. He said on Twitter, he said something like, oh, I have to switch off the Christmas lights. I feel like such a Grinch. And someone replied to him and said, surely you of all people should know someone who can fit a timer.
Very good. Ugh. I'm not very well, Adam.
I know. What you've come down with Christmas flu?
Yeah, I've come down with the lurgy.
Yeah, I think it's going around at the moment.
This stream very nearly didn't happen. I felt so bad. But I slept from basically about 12:15 last night to 12:15 this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I had basically 12 hours sleep, almost fully interrupted. And then I woke up and I sort of missioned through. And I say missioned through, it was a struggle to eat a ham sandwich just so I could have some ibuprofen.
Yeah.
Got that down me and I was like, I need to put the stream back by an hour because I need more sleep. So I slept for another half an hour, and then I woke up and I was like, yeah, I think I can do this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm getting, I'll show the good folks at home. We have 2 fully Agrax Earth shaded tanks now, and I think they look absolutely fantastic.
I really like that color scheme. I think it's really good. The sort of the pseudo deserty camo, but it is much more like a sort of just not industrial. What's the word I'm looking for? Like kind of wasteland landscape, like the surface of Krieg. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe, right? So like we're going for, like I said, my Harakoni Warhawks and what will be the Krieg, basically. The Krieg I'm going to do is the 5th Siege Regiment, which is a brown. They have brown. They either have. It's weird. They either have brown coats and black armor, or they have brown armor and then lighter brown coats. I can't really tell based on the pictures. It kind of seems to change on a reference by reference basis. But We'll figure it out.
Nice.
Because I didn't want to do them in the blue, because we've already done the blue, so we're going to do something different.
Yeah, man, that's cool. Plus, it will make it makes them stand out. Once, I imagine a lot of people are going to have Krieg forces. People in chat, are you excited about Krieg?
You're not excited about them, but that's not because you don't like them. It's because you don't really care at the moment. Isn't that right?
Me, yeah, no, I think they're cool. I mean, I've always said to myself, if I was going to do a guard army, and I do have the bits to do it. I would do like a sort of either lots of tanks and artillery, sort of that kind of vibe, rather than massed infantry, just because I'm not sure I can face painting that many guardsmen. The new Krieg like artillery stuff that they've shown off looks really, really cool. But yeah, I'm just not. I'm just not that into 40k at the moment, which is sad. And I'm actually, amusingly enough, on my painting desk, I actually have a bunch of Blood Angels that I'm just sort of doing as a side project to add to my existing army. But beyond that, I'm just not that motivated by it. But that's not to say they don't. Objectively, they don't. They look very, very cool. And I don't want to. What's the phrase? Yuck anybody's yum. Because I know people have wanted Krieg for a long time. Or updated.
Yeah, I'm excited for them because it's the kind of redo that I like it, because it's going from, it's essentially, because they're becoming plastic, they're opening up Krieg to people who couldn't afford it before.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is a good thing, because obviously it was £80 for a squad of 10 or whatever it was from Forge World, being as what it was, and that's a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, that is a slightly ludicrous amount of money to spend on if you want a decently sized Krieg army.
Yeah, so I like it because it's it like I said, it's opening it up to a lot more people, and it means that you'll see a lot more of them going forward, which is only a good thing. And it also says to me that this is the blueprint for what you'll see from other regiments, if indeed they do eventually do them, like the Katachans. It makes it more possible that those are going to happen, which is good.
Maybe they'll test the waters with kill teams as well, like they did, with the Krieg.
Yeah, I'd like a Katachan kill team. I could see it happening this year as well.
That'd be cool. I mean, I will be sad to lose everyone's favourite Katachan jungle fighter model, which I hope everybody in chat or who's listening knows what I'm talking about. It's the guy who sort of has one eye facing one way, one eye facing the other, and he's just kind of going.
The one that looks like he's been surprised by a fire alarm.
Yeah, startled by a fire drill.
Yeah.
And I think he is actually still. If I'm just going to the website and I'm just going to see if he is still the picture they use or among them that they use for the kit. What are they? They're Katachan jungle fighters. Oh yeah, he's. Oh yeah, no, he's not got his mouth open. He's the guy down the front. He's the sergeant with his big knife.
Have you seen the store anniversary models?
Yes, I had.
And the
I thought they were actually really cool this year. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I was into them. I liked both, to be fair. The Gene Stealer felt a little bit like something from what's it called? It looks like one of the Gene Stealers from Space Hulk.
Yes, yeah, very much so. I like the colour scheme they've done it in as well. The sort of classic purple and blue.
Yeah.
Is that a Yeah, it's a Terminator. He's summarily taking apart Biosign's Terminated. Yeah, it's cool. I like these little diorama pieces.
Be a psycho like me and make all your infantry/heavy weapons from Steel Legion. And yes, I'm taking donations.
What a boss.
Don't blame you, Sink Noodles. I actually
You
have
are-
some Steel Legion, you know.
You're a braver person than I. Steel Legion. Sorry, Sink Noodles. You are now known as Steel Legion Gaming.
I have, I think, somewhere in the region of 2 infantry squads of Steel Legion in various terrible formats. But that's it. Like, this is the thing with the Astra Militarum or Imperial Guard, is we've had so many great regiments over the years. The Vostroyans, the Valhallans, they're all excellent models. The Steel Legion, the Mordian, they're just great. I love them very much, and I would like to see them all return in some way, shape, or form to Warhammer 40,000. Because you know, who cares about Space Marines?
Yeah, yeah. Well, hey, come on. The upgrade kit was actually Model of the Year. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, good point. Nemesis Claw upgrade, best models ever.
I mean, the Nemesis Claw. I thought that was funny because the Nemesis Claw is cool. Like objectively, it's a very cool kill team and kit. But yeah, the fact that was Model of the Year, I was a bit like. Ugh. Also, did because I guess the Lion technically came out last year, didn't he?
He did. He came out in February last year.
Was it? Wow, was it really that? Sorry, wait. I mean, when I say last year, I mean 2023. I'm forgetting we are now in 2025.
Yeah. So he was. He won Model of the Year the year before.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm being a plum. Fair enough.
He's already won his Model of the Year. And like, if they then, this is what you'll see, is if this year they go, when it gets to Christmas, it'll go back to being not categorized as AUS and 40k. If they go back to just being like, oh, we're just going to do one Model of the Year this year, the winner of it will be Fulgrim.
Yeah, I mean, I did. It was funny. I did see one of my sort of voyages through hobby Reddit because people post some cool stuff on there. I did see people sort of commenting on this, and you know, people saying it's really good that they split the categories because otherwise, you know, just I think because of just sheer volume of people that play 40k, you probably would have had the Nemesis. Claw
Yeah, it would have been 100%. There is no question in my mind.
Which, like, as cool as that kit is, like, that would genuinely be a travesty because I mean, you know how I feel about Usharan, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's no doubt in my mind that the Nemesis Claw would have been. They'd have had to say, "Yep, the best thing we did all year, according to you, was an upgrade kit."
Yeah, I thought the Chaos Sorcerer Lord coming like 5th was a bit weird. Again, cool kit, but there were definitely other AOS bits and bobs that were, I thought, a little bit nicer this year. But
it was a bit strange, but there we go.
It was a bit of an odd one. It was like Vizic, Abraxia makes sense. Grom Brindal, cool. You know, he's a classic model, and then just regular Bob, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord.
Not even Zarketh, Bane of Law.
I know. Zarketh is a cool. I do love the Chaos Sorcerer Lord's like helmet he has on because it's very Skeletor 1980s.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just looking through them now. Actually, the Bone Dragon. Have you got a Bone Dragon?
The Necrolith Bone Dragon.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a video on this very channel about how to make the Necrolith Bone Dragon.
I thought so. Yeah, I was just trying to remember if I did that one, but yeah, that's cool for sort of other models.
It was like the third model I painted last year.
Nice.
After, because I did the Tomb Prince and I did the Necrolith Bone Dragon after I'd done the Warhound Titan, because that's how we kicked off last year.
Casual, pretty casual.
With a 24-hour stream for the Warhound Titan. And it's a good job I I didn't schedule a 24-hour stream today because I'm really not very well.
You would not have been in a fit state to do it at all. Yeah, you know what? That's certainly a theory. Seriad. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. People wanted to boost the sort of message, give them the hint to make more upgrade kits. I can get behind that.
Yeah. Hello, Star Pilot 94. You're still going, Magnus? I am still going. Got to get these Leman Russ done.
I'm gonna say he's got to finish them tanks.
I'm definitely not getting the Baneblade done today, but
no, that would probably be a bit much. I feel like you need to have a rest.
Yeah. It feels sensible to not. Basically now, I've just got to wait for this Nuln Oil to dry, and then we're going to go in with a final dry brush over the whole thing.
Nice. What are you doing? Carrack Stone or?
Maybe Carrack Stone as a second follow up for it, or we go for a terrain painter's trick, which is to use Screaming Skull as your unifying final dry brush, because it's an off-white, and if ever you look at Games Workshop terrain, whenever they do, like, if you've got a codex to hand, and they've got all of the kind of like all of the what they called, like the model showcases, right? There's all that terrain that's there. They've not shot those pictures on heavy metal painted terrain. Right?
Oh no!
What they've done is the Terrain Painters Guild, or whatever the fuck they're called, will have painted that up for that specific scene, and they'll have all these kind of cool pieces of terrain that you'll see in the thing. But what they do in order to get things fully finished quickly is they dry brush all of that. All of it's dry brushed, basically. But the final dry brush that you do across all of the terrain is Screaming Skull, because it adds a dirty, unifying highlight that just pulls the whole model together. And you can use this on your miniatures as well. If you want to, this would be like reversed slap chopping, as we talked about it earlier. But you paint in all of your base coats, and you do all your shades, and then if you do a final dry brush of Screaming Skull, that's how you do it, because it acts as a neutral bright highlight for every colour. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Lugubrious Crumhorn, thank you very much for the 5. The winner probably won't even be Fulgrim, as that's too exciting for the 40k purists. It'll be some generic loyalist character standing on a rock. I wish Lugubrious Crumhorn, but it usually the winners have been Mortarion, Angron, Magnus, I think, won it. Bellicor won it. It's always a big chaos thing. Always wins it.
Which makes sense, but I do like Mr. the Crumhorn's comment to quote Laszlo. Oh, some sass from the boy.
We should play a guard on guard game like Civilized Gentlemen, says Joe. Yes, Joe.
Yeah, you should.
You know I agree. All games of Warhammer 40,000 should be guard on guard now.
Just abandon any Xenos or other armies, just for guard on guard.
Yeah, like Civilized Gentlemen.
That would be quite good. I was looking at that store anniversary thing. There's like a bunch of other stuff as well along with it. So there's the 2 models, and there's like a sort of gaming mat which appears to have as somebody who plays Spearhead and enjoys Spearhead, appears to have like a Spearhead mat on one side of it, which I assume you'd use as Gyran, which is kind of cool.
Shade thrown at the lion there, Mr. Josh. He is not chaos. No, he's not. He's just boring.
Today is a day of controversial opinions.
Yeah, I'm not very well, so the truth comes out.
This is like the Real Housewives of Warhammer, except I'm a disembodied voice, and I'm also your friend and like you. I'm not just screaming at you over nothing.
The lion is more interesting than Gilliman.
Yeah, true.
But like,
he has though taken away a lot of like what not a lot of what made Dark Angels cool, but a lot of what a certain type of Dark Angels player was convinced made Dark Angels special and unique and cool. You know, the whole like redeeming the because the whole thing for years, because nothing ever happens in 40k per se. But the whole thing for years was like, oh yeah, but we've got the Fallen and they're massing in Legion strength and it's really cool and we're gonna have this big final apocalyptic battle. And now it's just like the Lions just turned up. Oh, and what was it? We've got this secret to keep that must be kept, and the interrogator chaplains will stop it, and all this stuff. The Lion just came back and was like, "Oh yeah, you're one of the Fallen. Cool. I redeem you, my son. Come back to the fold." And now they're like, "Sweet, we're Dark Angels again. Job done."
Yeah.
It's fine.
Cool story, bro. I don't care how chaosy you are, you can come back. I'm going to stick with the chaos. Cool. Now you'll die. But,
Primarch's Jack Lion.
Primarch's returning to 40k is one of those things where it's like... It's now become expected, so it's not really that exciting anymore. Especially as well when they come back and they lay waste to a system that makes toasters. And that's it. And it's however will the Imperium cope? They've lost their access to toasters.
My scale is that I like to use the Mercitor scale of impact, which is, are they more impactful or less impactful than Vashtor, who has done precisely nothing.
Yes. That's a good scale.
Also, again, it's quite good because you can do the direct AOS comparison, right? Because Vashtor, he's the sort of god of what, ingenuity and machinery and that sort of thing, and he is scheming to become a chaos god. And what he's done is he's knobbing about looking for this thing that makes the webway, that built the webway, and he's sort of he's recreated Caliban and called it Wormwood and teamed up with Abaddon and had a bit of a bun fight with the Lion, and that's about it. Whereas the Great Horned Rat, likewise, a sort of lesser chaos god, the god of pestilence and the sort of the gnawing hunger at the heart of everything. He went around, got his minions to stick a load of warpstone in the realms, and just ascended to become a chaos god. Pretty impressive. No messing about for him. Or it. I don't know, it's a rat, right?
Well, that's, that's exactly it, right?
But AOS has no law.
AOS has no law, yeah, exactly.
Remember that.
It has no story.
Yeah.
Right. I am now going to engage in a dry brush of Screaming Skull, and you guys are going to see what I mean about it being...
Oh, Lugubrious. What a legend.
A unifying highlight. So we're just going really gently here. See how it comes out, and then
it looks really nice. This is where I look at my Leman Russ. Like, there's some fine looking Leman Russ. Why don't mine look like that?
I've just seen your super chat there, Lugubrious Crumhorn. Thank you so much. $50. £50. Not been around for a while, as I've been rather unwell for the past few months, but hoping you've had a good Christmas, and here's to hitting 100k this year, matey. That's exactly right there, Lugubrious Crumhorn. And then he's been an absolute hero and also dropped 20 gifted Warhipster memberships. Amazing. That's so very generous of you. Oh, thank you so much.
Mr. the Crumhorn, what a legend. Yeah, 100k is on this year. You're going to do it, man.
Well, here's hoping, right?
No, you will. You will do it. I believe.
You believe in Harvey Dent?
I do.
Well, we just have to... All we have to do is work really hard. Keep getting those videos out. And paint probably 500 models or so. That's it. Is that so much to ask? No.
Well,
not really.
Well, I think we're also we got to do some more tales. We've got the fine people of the community coming into tales and showing us putting my I wouldn't say putting your painting to shame because that's not possible, but putting my painting and Rich Watkins to shame with their absolutely amazing stuff that they do.
They put my painting to shame all the time in Tales.
Yeah, but I mean, you're like of the presenters, for very obvious reasons. Yours look good.
I will not engage in such discourse.
Oh dear. What should I do next? I appreciate I'm just a disembodied voice, but what should I do next while I wait for Gandalf's base to dry? Shall I do a load of continue on the MESBG train and sort of just start layering up some Warriors of Minas Tirith? Shall I do the highlights on Astorath? Shall I continue to block in colours on 10 Death Company Marines? Or shall I do more blocking colours on 6 Prosecutors? Nice mix of AOS, 40k, or MESPG there for you to pick from.
Oh, what does chat say?
Yeah, what do chat think? Tell me, guide me, oh chat, for I do not know what to do. Here's the problem, I need to actually finish some units rather than doing what I'm currently doing, which is getting halfway through them and then going off and painting 15 Uruk-hai and Sauron because I just fancied it.
That's what hobby should be. You should do whatever you want. You should be happy.
Yeah. I'm not going to dignify that, Grey Wolf.
Josh will pay you good money to paint Bart's family.
I think Josh will
pay
pay me
money to not paint Bart's family, you know?
I'll put them on the barbecue for you, Josh.
Do you know what the fun thing about Bard's family is now in the new rules? And I don't know if it was the same as in the last rules, but you actually can't take them unless you have Bard.
Yeah, I've got the Hobbit book here. They're in one particular legion, aren't they?
Well, especially now with the changes to the rules to stop you from, filling gaps in your roster with allies, right? you now the only way you can take them is by having Bard.
Yeah.
And it's like, and what do? They just force Bard to charge. So it's like, great. What's the point of you?
I mean, you do also get Hilda Bianca. If you wanted her.
I don't know who that is.
Well, I mean, neither do I. Assume it's the character, in the movies. There's that one lady from Lake Town who she has quite a few lines.
Oh yeah.
I assume it's her. She's the one who says, oh, you're a coward, Alfred, to that Alfred guy. I assume it's her. I'm just having a look through the book now, so I will find out. Oh god, I literally opened the Kingdoms of Men bit onto Bard's family. That was weird. It's like I'm haunted by them.
It would make sense if they had 3 fate each as well, but they don't, do they?
No, they have 2. They have 2 fate each. Bard, Bane, son of Bard, Sigrid, and Tilda.
Given as they survived the movies, they should have 3.
You would have thought so, right?
Well, there you go. Is the bottom of that rust not painted? Heresy. No, I haven't painted the bottom of them.
I mean, if you're seeing the bottom of it, then your tank's probably been destroyed, right? So, job done.
Yeah. I just couldn't be bothered. I was like, I've primed them now, I don't care.
Quite funny. She's actually... This Hilda Bianca for 35 points. It's not bad. She's got a rule that if she charges into combat, her and friendly Lake Town warrior models within 3 inches get a bonus of +1 to wound when making strikes. Pretty nice.
I guess, not bad.
Yeah, I need to work out what I'm going to take to this Lord of the Rings tournament I'm going to. Oh. Some point.
I finished the Leman Russ.
Sick.
Now it's time to finish another one.
What is the one with the? Because it's the one with the autocannon, isn't it?
It's the Exterminator.
Ah, nice. Good name.
I think it's a... I'm surprised nobody else gives it the time of day. It's an 8-shot, strength 9, AP -1, damage 3 gun.
Not bad.
It's rapid fire and twin linked, I believe. But its ability is that if you hit anything with it, anything else that shoots at that target gets +1 AP.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not like previous things in the books where it's been like, oh yeah, you have to score wounds.
Yeah, no, it's just hits, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain it is just hits. So I think it's really, really good.
Yeah. Oh, Sync Noodles is telling me to do the prosecutors, and as I said I'd be led by chat, so prosecutors it is.
Prosecutors for you, dear boy.
They have been sitting here partially painted for about a month, so I really do need to finish them.
And they are very pretty.
They are really cool.
Surprised they didn't win 40k Model of the Year for all the people who bought them to turn them into Sanguinary Guard.
Sanguinary Guard, yeah.
Only to then have the Sanguinary Guard come out without wings. That was a fun thing that happened this year, wasn't it?
Yeah. They listened to that Westlife song, You're Flying Without Wings, and were like, I'm down for it.
I actually, I prefer... I'm glad that this version of them don't have the wings.
Well, they have those longer, it's going to sound like a weird phrase, longer flaps on the back of their jump packs,
like
don't
stabilizers. Yeah.
Yeah, stabilizer. That's probably a better term than just flaps. To kind of which have the wings on them instead. They feel like they're a bit more aerodynamic than the previous ones, cool as they were.
They fit with the with Dante a lot better this way.
Yeah, because he never had wings, did he? On his old model.
He didn't.
Yeah.
But I know that's not the same for everyone. There are a lot of people who were disappointed that they didn't have the wings. I mean, they're pretty dull, but like the new spears, I think, makes up for some stuff because I really like them with spears. I think that's very sanguineous-y.
Oh, Spear of Telesto, isn't it? It's what he was knocking about with for a long time during the heresy.
Yeah, and there aren't enough. There aren't enough sort of glaive weapons in 40k.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the spears. No, Steve. We were talking about prosecutors a second ago because I'm now painting them. Thanks to you fine people in chat. But we're just talking about Sanguinary Guard, the new ones for the Blood Angels that got updated this year.
And there we have it. That is 2 Leman Russ. Fully painted.
Oh, they look awesome, man.
What do you guys think at home? How do you think they've come out? I think they've come out quite well.
You bang on about that unifying colour with the dry brush.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Brum 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 brum. So because chat have been really generous today, and because of No Name, I believe it was, I'm now going to buy a Rogel Dawn.
Ooh. That's very cool. the Rogel Dawn is definitely one of my like, in terms of the updated guard releases they did in the last wave. The Rogel Dawn was probably my favourite.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Do I need a new one of those?
That's like
I'm just trying to get it so I get free shipping.
Oh yeah, no. It's all about getting the free shipping. But that's you know people talk about like girl math and boy math or whatever. That's like hobbyist math. Like, do I need this thing to qualify myself for free shipping? Probably not, but I'm gonna get it anyway.
Well, I've done it anyway. Here we go.
Nice. just the one Dawn actually.
Just the one Rogel Dawn actually. Here we go. Rogel Dawn purchased.
There we go. What? Good shout. No name. And other contributors.
Just the one Dawn. May as well get a couple while you're there. No, I don't need more than one. I only need. So the tank group is going to be these two Leman Russ plus a Rogel Dawn done in this scheme, and then it's going to all be led up by this Baneblade, which
Blue?
There we go. There's the Baneblade. Now, I'm a little bit sad about the Baneblade.
Why's that?
Well, there was a time when twin heavy bolters used to be 6 shots, as you'll recall. Now they're only 3 shots twin linked.
Yeah.
So there was a time when this monster, with its 4 sponsons, used to have 30 heavy bolter shots, 4 las cannon shots, a delightful demolisher cannon, the Baneblade cannon, the auto cannon, and the heavy stubber. And I realised the other day that you don't get you're not allowed to take the heavy stubber off. You have to put it on. When I was looking at it, I was like, can I just remove the heavy stubber from the tank? And it kept going, this Baneblade has an incorrect amount of equipment. I was like, for God's sake.
You must take the heavy stubber. You know what though, you say that, but then the heavy stubber will be the thing that wins you a game. You'll shoot some like Chaos Knight or something with all of the other weapons, do a fair amount of damage, and then it'll be the stubber that finishes it off.
That is true. That is usually what happens in that scenario. So yeah, we've got this bad boy to paint, which I think I'll film it off stream. Dang, the new kit gives 4 sponsors. That's mental. Mine was the old Apocalypse version, so it was a bit jank and only came with 2. Yeah, so the new one has got the 4 sponsons in it. You don't have to buy the upgrade kit for it anymore. It looks a bit silly with 4 sponsons, but I love it.
But it looks suitably 40k, right? It's just let's take a tank chassis. You know what it needs? More guns.
Yes. Update counter to 2. Yes, we can do it now. Models painted.
That's pretty cool. Oh sweet, I'm keeping pace with you. I'm on 2 as well.
I always want to ask you, what are your most used brushes and how often do you go through them and need to get new ones? My most used brushes are medium and small layer brushes from Citadel, and I probably have to replace those once every sort of 3 months. And then my other most used brush is an Artis Opus Series S size 00, which I then probably have to replace sort of maybe once a year, maybe, depends on how much abuse I put it through. Those are the 3 I use the most, other than dry brushes, which I try to just make them last as long as I possibly can.
I must admit, you got me on the Artis Opus train for doing like detail work, and I'm a big fan of their. What's the one I've got here? I think it's the 00 one that I use.
How's the tank painting going? Well, Mr. Quatkin, we have finished 2 Leman Russ. But we're probably not going to get through the Baneblade today. I mean, I can start it. I can do a little bit of. I can do the first couple of bits. How would we go about doing that?
Oh, my monitor's trying to turn off.
I do think I need to secure this demolisher cannon because it is going to move around, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
So we'll use a bit of super glue for that, and we'll just pop a blob of it in there and do that. That will secure it. But yes, our models painted total goes to 2 on the year, courtesy of these 2 Leman Russ, which is very, very exciting.
Not a bad start at all, considering the year is, a few hours old, really.
We're off to a great start, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Leman Russ, and we've bought the Rogel Dawn to lead them. Because as they've already said, there are Rogel Dawn commanders coming.
Oh, yeah, that's exciting.
So we will do a Rogel Dawn commander in this scheme. Which I might film that as well. We discovered the tiny traditional sweet shop near us stocks Artis Opus and Warhammer. That's awesome.
That is pretty cool.
Soon to be 500 minis. Maybe Star Pilot. 498 to go. I suppose I could just start this, couldn't I?
You got to do Legions Imperialis and just count every single individual little guy you attach to a base.
Yeah. That's how we get to 1,000. Okay. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna start the Baneblade by doing the dry brushing, and then that will probably take us until but I will film it, so everyone be quiet. So we'll pause that, and we'll go like this, and we'll go filming. We'll move this out of the way, and we'll get that out of the way, and we'll do this. So here we go. Hello everybody, it's the Warhipster here, coming at you with another Contrast Plus painting tutorial, and today we are painting a Baneblade. Yes, here it is. The great Baneblade begins for 2025. We're basically kicking off with this model, and well, just a bit of admin before we get started. It has been primed twice, so it's been primed in 2 colours from Colour Forge, and one of them is Hyrax Brown, which is the dark brown here, and then we masked it off with some blue tack, and then we primed the rest of it in Trench Brown. So these are colour matched to Rhinox Hide and Steel Legion Drab is basically the colours that you see before you. So if you have an airbrush or something that you want to do it the same way, you can do that, or indeed you can pick up those primers from the Colour Forge as well. So we're going to be jumping in, we're going to start painting this one, and well, we're going to be kicking things off with a dry brush, and the colour that we're going to be using is Karak Stone, and we're going to be dry brushing this over the top of the entirety of the tanks kind of armor and all that good stuff. So we're just going to start here and work our way around the model. It's going to take a little while because it's going to obviously go over the top of the entire thing. But once that's done, we'll come back. I'm going to be keeping things pretty simple around here. Because painting tanks doesn't have to be hard. Done. You can talk now, Adam.
I'm like sat there, hold your breath, be silent.
Do you have any pictures of the tanks with the blue tack on them? No, but what I will do is for the Rogel Dawn is I will film that part of it, doing it all together. So, kind of. To kind of complete the complete the kind of the teaching circle, as it were.
Yeah, I think that'll be a handy one that people will want to see how you did it. That's cool.
Ugh.
Oh man. Get thee some Lemsip.
Yeah, I had Night Nurse last night for the first time in my life.
No, that stuff like knocks you out. Is the weather like absolutely rubbish where you are as well?
Yeah, it's been all windy and blustery.
Yeah, it's like raining here in that London.
Are these to go with the upcoming Krieg? They are indeed. Well, and also my Harakoni Warhawks.
I have to show you this. I'll send this stream to my friend John because he's building or is still building his guard army. I'm sure he's quite excited about lots of tanks.
I think after I've done the Baneblade and the Rogel Dawn, we've got a tank group there, but what I want to do next after that is I want to get some of the Solar Auxilia Basilisks.
Oh, nice. From
I
from
want to get I want to get 2 or 3 of them. And get them painted up.
Yeah, I've got to admit the Solar Auxilia Heresy tanks are kind of cool.
Oh, they're very pretty.
Very like almost World War One vibes.
Yeah, it's a shame you can't have the Dracosan armored transport instead of a Chimera.
Yes, yeah.
I don't really like the Chimera platform.
Oh mate, classic though. It's the workhorse of the guard.
Oh no, I know. I prefer the Dracosan, but it is a little too big for a proxy. Be like being able to have Arvis lighters instead of Valkyries, but you can't do that either.
Yeah. The flying pig.
So I really like. It's funny because they're the same profile, right? But I really like the the vulture.
Vulture. Oh yeah. I know what you mean.
Which is just basically, I believe it's just an upgrade kit for the Valkyrie, but it gives it that real kind of gunship vibe because obviously it sticks a bloody great Gatling cannon on the front of it. I don't think you can get the vulture anymore.
Is it gone?
I think so.
Forge Father Vulcan Hestan says, I'm about to kick off the new year by finally starting to paint my custom living saint. She has been a special project I've had in mind since I started Warhammer 2 years ago. Well, I tell you what, Vulcan, I hope at some point we get to see that in Tales, because that's very cool.
That is
big
very
fan
cool.
of like custom stuff, and you know, I've got a big sisters army, so living saints always welcome.
An upgrade kit must be in contention for 40k model of the year, right? Yeah. That is the rules now.
Oh, sweet, yeah. It says we're going to see her on Tales. Awesome. I look forward to it.
Fabulous.
Oh. Excuse me, I'm going to open a can of Coke Zero, so there will be some noise.
Oh, this is an absolute meaty tank, isn't it?
They are chunky boys. Oh, Josh, Collider115 up the thread, or up the chat, did have a question, which I will read out because I know you're in the middle of painting. I just finished watching the tutorial for the Agrodon Hero. As a Morgaunt court player, do you think a Morgaunt scheme using Targor Rage Shade instead of Agrax could work?
Yeah, absolutely. It would add an element of sort of readiness to it, which would work. Which would arguably give it kind of a slightly more fleshy look. Rather kind of more desiccated look that Agrax does. 100% it could work. It's a good idea. I would endorse it.
There we go. I must admit, I do need to get on with my Flesh Eater courts at some point.
Yes.
Well, Usharan is sitting there primed, looking at me menacingly from a cupboard. Or from my cabinet, so...
And he deserves to be painted.
No, I know. Well, it's funny enough, I started doing him, and I started doing him in the Morgaunt scheme. But
Yeah.
I decided and I think you and we did have a chat about this. I think I actually sort of decided to go back, and I stripped him, reprimed him. Also, the primer wasn't smooth, so I've redone it. And I'm gonna do it in, the box art using your tutorial, which I think will be better. And Forge Father says, speaking of Tales, is it this weekend?
No.
Oh, and Steve asks, what's Tales, Precious? Which is excellent Gollum-like question. Tales is a thing that Mr. the Josh very kindly came up with for the channel, which is a great little project where you, the fine people in the community, basically send your models to Josh that you've painted, and Josh, myself, and Mr. Gwatkin, who's also in the chat at the moment, also joined sometimes by our other friend, Mr. Reza Prime, when he's available. We basically sit there and talk about them, and generally are just very nice about them, and sort of wax lyrical about how awesome they all look. And it's really cool. It's a really cool way to see what you guys are painting. Hopefully, give you a bit of motivation as well. If you're a new painter, and we get to have a look at it, and it's really, really cool. So you send your pics in, and we, or more accurately, Josh, to be clear where the work is done, puts them together onto a stream. We talk onto a presentation and we talk about them on a stream. And sorry, to be clear, it's pictures of your models. It's not, you don't send us your models, obviously.
We don't just steal your models from you.
Yeah. We've got this lovely new model which has been sent in by somebody.
They didn't know that we get to keep it. Lol.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is very, it is very wholesome. Laura and Captain Mannerings both contribute. Forgefather contributes. There's a whole bunch of people in this chat and in this community who send in their stuff, and it always is really cool. And it doesn't have to be Warhammer like GW. It can be all sorts of, we've had stuff from the Alien game, miniatures game, stuff from loads of different systems, and indeed just busts and models that miniatures that people just paint, and it's awesome. And I am genuinely blown away every single time we do it by the level of quality and commitment that people put in to their models, and also telling a story as well. Like some of the sort of the lore and the stuff people come up with around it is amazing. So yeah, if you want to join in, check out one of the stream on the channel, and the details will be in there as how to submit to Josh.
Yeah, there's 3 ways to do it. You can either send me an email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com, or you can use the Discord if you are a member or a Patreon. You can also use the Google form link, which is in the description of the Tales stream. And it is a monthly basis. I haven't closed the form yet, and I haven't closed the submissions yet. I will close it on. I'll close it on. What day is it? It's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Wednesday today.
I will close this month's submissions on Friday, I think. Just to give some folks a little bit of extra time, in case you didn't manage to get it in on time. Only because there's been a lot of celebrating that's gone on, isn't there? So
yes,
some people haven't been at the desk. So if you need a little bit of extra time, you can. Don't worry, because Tales should be not this Sunday coming, but the Sunday after.
Yeah.
As I recall. We need to come up with next month's theme.
We do, yes, yeah. We'd say, Steve, there is and for anyone else who's interested, there is a theme that we do, and the theme is voted on by you in chat. You don't have to stick to the theme, but if you do, there is a little incentive to do so.
The themes are very open this year as well.
Yeah, we have tried to make them very general, right? Like, except for 1 month where we're going to go for something incredibly specific and niche, just to be horrible. You must paint.
Today's theme is Fulgrim.
Yeah, everyone has to paint Fulgrim.
Transfigured.
I was going to say, I don't know. There's too many. There's at least 3 models of him available, Josh. That's far too much choice.
Well, there will be.
Yes, well, there will be, more accurately. Oh, Laura. Oh, cool. Laura and they were up late last night, finishing ours and getting photos. Good way to see in the new year.
It is a good way to see in the new year. Last night, Alice and I watched Hidden Figures, and I felt ill.
I mean, to be clear, not because of Hidden Figures.
No.
It makes it sound like you did.
Oh yeah, I realise that now. No, last night we have this tradition that we have on New Year's Eve where we basically have party food, or as Alice calls it, freezer tapas.
Yeah, man, British tapas. It's all beige.
Yeah. So we had beige tapas last night, and we watched Hidden Figures, and I just steadily felt iller and iller as the evening went on, which is why I had the night nurse, and then slept for 12 hours, and then pushed this stream back by an hour to do more streaming, to do the stream.
Kelly and I ended up going for dinner. We went for a little Italian restaurant near where we live, and then we ended up going to a friend of ours who very kindly was sort of hosting a few of us, where we had an incredibly like middle class evening of sort of wine and cheese, and then ended up watching, what was it, Sophie Ellis Bextor's Disco or something on for like 10 minutes when they did the midnight thing. It was actually really good on BBC One. It's actually really good fun.
It was murder on the dance floor, you might say.
It was. Spoiler, she saved that one for bang on midnight. Like once they'd done the fireworks.
The patriarchy made Josh sick. Yes. That's exactly it. I got a flu from the patriarchy. To be honest, we could probably blame the patriarchy for it, you know.
It's like the world's worst free gift, that. Join the patriarchy, get some flu.
I don't think you have any choice in joining the patriarchy, do you?
No, unfortunately. Yeah, it just is. We should do something about that.
We should get some top men to work on that. We
What
watched
kind of top men.
We watched Indiana Jones.
Great films.
Not yesterday. When did we watch it? It was during the week. Yeah, I think it was on Boxing Day or something like that.
I did do my annual Indiana Jones rewatch just before Christmas alongside, and then we watched the Lord of the Rings extended editions, my wife and I, over Christmas, which was awesome.
Which is your favourite?
What, Indiana Jones?
Yeah.
It's between. I mean, I'd say there's only 3 to choose from. Technically, there's like 5, but we'll ignore the latter 2. It's between 1 and 3, and 1 is, the first one, and the Raiders of the Lost Ark is the classic. But I do like The Last Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
I think Last Crusade probably wins it for me.
So, No Name says it's Last Crusade. 10,000% Last Crusade.
Yeah, No Name's got a good call there. I mean, you've just got some amazing, like, what's the one which he says about Marcus Brody when he says he says to the Nazi guy, like, you won't find him. Marcus speaks 100 languages, and he's got contacts in every city from here to Cairo. He'll blend in. He with any luck, he's probably already got the Grail, and then it just cuts to him being like completely hapless in the middle of Cairo. Sorry, not Cairo. Is it Cairo? Wherever he ends up.
Raiders is still my fave, I think, but Last Crusade would be a close second. So I'm going to be slightly different here, and I think Temple of Doom's my favourite.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's
really judgy. I'm sorry.
I think it's because it's the one I've seen the most.
Kalima.
Yeah, I love all of that bit. Cover your heart.
Hum Num Shivai. Hum Num Shivai.
I really like. I've always really liked Temple of Doom.
I think the reason why is because my thing is Indiana Jones should always be punching Nazis, and in that film,
yeah, I agree.
He doesn't. Whereas in both Raiders and Last Crusade, he spends his time just beating up Nazis.
Yeah, I can see that. That's if pushed, I have to choose. I like them all. Well, not all. Like you said, there's 2 that we don't talk about.
I mean, he gets Hitler's autograph in Last Crusade as well, which is always a weird moment.
I forgot he does that.
Also believe he's played by the guy who plays Admiral Piet in The Empire Strikes Back in Star Wars. And obviously, Indiana Jones is Han Solo, so there's all a connection there.
It is quite funny sometimes as you watch them, and this is not a criticism of John Williams at all, but at times you go, oh, he really phoned it in with the soundtrack for Indiana Jones, because there are times where you just go, hold on, that's the romance theme from Star Wars.
Do you know what? Honestly,
slightly different augmented ninth.
That is so funny that you mentioned that, because I went to Kelly, my lovely wife, got me a lovely Christmas present, which was a trip to a concert at the Barbican in London on the 29th, which was called Music from the Movies, which was a live orchestra, the London Concert Orchestra, playing basically. It was called like music from the Lord of the Rings and other fantasy type movies. They also did stuff from Game of Thrones. They did stuff from The Witcher, obviously both TV shows, which was very cool. But they did the Star Wars medley that they did. The John Williams medley for Star Wars was, the opening theme song, and it was Leia's theme, and the like sort of love theme that they use. And when they were playing it, because we just we watched Indiana Jones, I did lead to my wife and I said, I'm 99% sure he reuses this in Indiana Jones.
Yeah, no, there's definitely elements of it. Like there's a slight change in it, but it's how John Williams writes. It's it's all themed. He does a lot of thematic writing in order for you to create a relationship between the music and what's happening on screen.
The moment,
yeah.
Well, it's like what Howard Shore does with races and sort of civilizations, right? Which is why Lord of the Rings works so well, because you've got the Gondor theme, you've got the Rohan theme, the Shire, the Fellowship, the Ring. The Ring has its own theme, Sauron, Mordor, and Isengard. Like, they all work so well.
And then, for absolutely no reason, pops off when it comes to writing a theme for a horse.
Yes, yeah.
Need a bit of music just for the appearance of Shadowfax. Can you help us with that? Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Yeah, we need. Well, they opened this concert with the lighting of the beacons as well, which was fantastic.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh yeah, we just need some. We need something light, just for some beacons getting lit. Do you want to just go for that, Howard? And he's like, yeah, no worries, I've got you. Also,
I suddenly remembered my Charlemagne, let my armies be the rocks and the trees and the birds in the sky.
Bit of vintage Connery. Only the penitent man shall pass.
Oh, it is very good, Last Crusade. Like I said, if pushed, and you have to pick a favourite, because it's hard to pick a favourite from those three. Because I think they're all good. It's one of the rare things where it's like there isn't a bad one amongst them.
Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult. They are all very good. The film that warned us about bird impacts.
Temple Doom has a place in my heart for the look on my mum's face when she took my brother and I, aged 6 and 8, without knowing it was about cults and hearts being ripped out. Yeah, I mean, there you go. The penitent man kneels before God. Kneel! Hits A to Zelda, roll forward. Excellent. Well, we've done a significant amount of work today on tanks. For those just joining us, I'm not very well. I'm very unwell at the moment, so we had to start an hour later so that I could feel something. But we did manage to we did manage to fully paint these two Leman Russ, and we've done the first step on the Baneblade. The Baneblade is now dry brushed with Karak stone. What we painted today, James, we have painted 2 Leman Russ. There they are. There is our Leman Russ 1, and here is our Exterminator, all done, looking absolutely fantastic. They are fully painted, which is why we are on 2 models painted already in 2025. And then the third model, which we are not going to get finished today because I feel like bum, is this, which we have dry brushed fully with Karak stone. And we're going to film that one fully for you guys because it's a little bit more involved on the Baneblade. Do the tanks have bases? They don't. They don't have bases, which is why they're finished.
Looking absolutely awesome, I will say.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. What we did as an explanation for everybody out there of what we've managed to do, of what the recipe has been, is they were primed initially with Hyrax brown, which is from Colour Forge, which is the dark brown you can see here and around here. And then I used a bunch of blue tack to mask them off, and then sprayed trench brown over the top here, which is what they get, the lighter brown. And those are colour matched to Rhinox Hide is the dark one, and Steel Legion Drab is the brighter one. So if you have an airbrush, you could do it that way, or if you want to paint it in yourself, you absolutely can do it that way as well. What we then did is we dry brushed the tanks with Karak stone all over. And then we added Black Legion over the top of the tracks here. Then we added Black Legion over the top of the kind of the las cannon housing and the heavy bolter housing and all that kind of thing. And then we dry brushed the tracks with Lead Belcher. And then once that was done, we applied Iron Warriors over all the rest of the metallics. We then used Garagax Sewer over the top of the engine block back here, the mesh there and the grate just there. And then we shaded all of those metallics, the silver at least, with Null Oil. And then finally, we did 2 shades on it. Well, we did 2 shades and then another dry brush. So we did Null Oil as a shade over the silver, as we've already mentioned. But then we used a really thin Agrax Earth shade, it was 6:2, if I remember rightly. 6 parts Lamia medium to 2 parts Agrax Earthshade over the top of the entirety of the tank armor. And then finally, the whole thing was dry brushed with Screaming Skull to give us these 2 finished Leman Russ tanks. And they look absolutely amazing, I think.
I think so too. I think chat thinks they look amazing. What do we think, chat? Do they look amazing? I've seen a few brilliant.
Rubbish.
Yeah.
You've also been really generous today, chat. We've had 48 new members.
Wow.
Which is incredible. So massive, massive thank you to all of you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you for the 1 gifted membership there, Adam.
Hang on, I'm still doing it. I was like, let's make that a round number.
There you go.
Yeah, and you know what? Because it is the new year as well. Let's just do that.
They look like they are ready to drive forward over Bard's kids. Quite impressive. Yeah. Rubbish. Everyone knows you can't paint a tank without sub-assembly. That's true, Captain Memories. I should stop, right? I should just burn them. And that's 10 gifted Warhipster memberships from Adam there. Thank you very much, Adam. That's very
I said it'd be a round number. I didn't say which round number it would be. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me hang out with you, man.
Thank you for joining me for the last bit. That was very... I mean, we'll still hang out for sort of another sort of 10, 15 minutes or whatever. So what are your... I know you dropped a couple in the chat, but what are your New Year's resolutions for your hobby?
Yeah, so I want to do... I mean, the 319 models thing was just a bit facetious. I'd like to paint more than this year. I was just annoyed at myself I didn't get to 320. But yeah, I'd like to do an AOS tournament. I'd like to do some more MESBG tournaments as well. I've done a couple now, and I'm doing another one very shortly. But yeah, beyond that, it's probably get an AOS army completed. Or, I mean, are they ever truly complete? But like, get one that I think is in a position where I've got a full 2K painted, ready to go. Will probably be Slaves to Darkness, just because I already have a lot of them painted, and the model count is quite low. But yeah, those are my sort of goals, I guess, for the year at the moment.
It's good. It's good. Flying Muttley, thank you very much for the 5 gifted Warhipster memberships there. That's very kind of you. See, now he's put us on 469, which is genius.
Nice.
And Rakshal, thank you very much for the 5 gifted Warhipster memberships.
You guys.
That's very kind of you, thank you.
James hit 200 miniatures and 4 terrain sets. That's pretty cool. And also, having seen what you do on Tales, man, it's pretty awesome. What's Miss Squatkin got over here? And finish an AOS army. Yep, finish your Seraphon, and then bring them back around, Rich, and I won't forget half my rules this time. And then Forge Father of Concerns. I want to clear out at least half my Warhammer pile, do some more BattleTech, start Turnip 28, and maybe a Mordheim Warband or two. Very nice. What are yours?
So I'm just trying to find it. I did write them down. So one of mine is to do the Astra Militarum, naturally.
Yes.
I want to do about...
Oh, no name.
Basically, I want to do like 2,000 points of all vehicles, and then about 2,000 points of all infantry, and then I can sort of chop and change them together. No name, thank you so much for 20 gifted Warhipster memberships. That is amazing. Thank you so much. You've been very generous today. Thank you. Well, that was a 494. There we go. That's
bloody hell.
Incredible. Thank you. And then an additional 5. You're going to make me cough. Oh. Thank you so much, No Name.
This is a heck of a way to kick off 2025, you generous bunch, you.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And there we go.
There we go.
Thank you so much there, No Name. That's a 500. Incredible. Thank you so much. That is exceptionally generous of you, chat. You've been amazing today. Thank you. Especially you, No Name. That's very, very generous of you. What was I going to say? Astra. So yeah, I want to do my Astra Militarum army. I want to do my Iron Jaws and my Cruel Boys. I want to do my Minas Tirith, and I want to do my Rohan as well. Those are my 4 armies I'm focusing on this year.
Nice.
For me personally, is basically what we're shooting for. And then, oh my goodness me, James Mathias.
Wow.
Dropping a 50 bomb. We're breaking records in 2025. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely wow. Thank you so much, James. That is incredibly generous of you.
I know we say it a lot because we say this on Tales and that, but I really hope one day I actually get to, because I know James is in the US, right? I really hope one day we'll get to like meet up and hang out. That'd be really cool.
2026, I'm going to do at least one of the...
yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
So, I mean, depending on what's happening with my child, I will I may join you.
They'll be over 1 year old. You can leave them on their own at that point.
It's more just I don't want to leave Kelly on her own.
She's over 1 year old. You can leave her on her own.
She is. Yeah. Oh no, those are really cool, man. Those are good goals.
That's very kind of you, James. Thank you so much. This is an incredible stream to start the things off, to start the year off. You guys have been really generous today. It's really appreciated. I would cry, but I'm trying to hold all of my liquids in.
There's a phrase I didn't think I'd hear you say on stream.
I know. I'm just, yeah. I worry that if I start, it won't stop.
Oh, this is quite cool. It's like very typically British and disappointing that it's cloudy and chucking it down because I have an app on my phone that tells me if the aurora borealis, the northern lights are popping off, and it obviously very rarely happens in the south of England, and it is currently telling me that there's a chance of seeing them, although cloudy here means it won't be. But if you are somewhere in the rest of this country, or indeed in the northern hemisphere with clear skies and it's dark, you might see some aurora today, which is pretty cool.
For Crawl Boys, might we see a marsh crawler slogoth from you? Maybe. I need to figure out kind of what it is I want to do for the Iron Jaws and the Cruel Boys, because I've done obviously now Gordrak and Gobsprak, and we have all the things. And this is basically, it's a case of like, what's the best way of getting them, getting those armies up to 2,000 points. I do have a mega boss and 5 brutes to paint because I need to do the spearhead, basically. Project Spearhead, alive and well. We will keep it going this year for the Iron Jaws. We've done the Cruel Boys one, but we need to do the Iron Jaws one. So I need to do 5 brutes and a mega boss in order to basically have the contents of it, which I have bought. I have them. They're here. They're built. They're ready to go. So that I think will put me on something like halfway there, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't done the math. Minas Tirith, I obviously own everything, and the points didn't really change, did they, in the new stuff? So.
Oh really? And Minas Tirith got some good little boosts actually. Faramir is a bit of a weapon now, as Mr. Watkin will ably testify when we played a game the other day.
He's fight 6 now, isn't he?
I believe so. I literally have the book next to me. Let me double check.
But Boromir went up to fight 7.
Yeah. I mean, Boromir's always been an absolute hero. Oh.
Yeah, so if I paint... I have... So Gordrak, 10 Ard Boys, 3 Brute Ragers, 5 Brutes, and a Tusk Boss on Moor Grunter, all go into... can all go into one regiment now, because the Tusk Boss can now be in Gordrak's regiment, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
That's 1,150 points. So I then have Zogrok Anvil Smasher and a Mega Boss. So I can put the Mega Boss in, and I can add Zogrok to his unit. Which puts me on 1520. So I guess if I just bought maybe a unit of Gore Grunters, maybe 2 Gore Grunters, and then throw in some weird Brute Wreckers, and I'm good to go. Yeah, 2 Gore Grunters and weird Brute Wreckers. That would put me on to 2,000.
2,000, yeah. That's a good idea. I mean, I've got the maybe I'm gonna end up doing some well, I mean, I will end up doing some iron drawers this year because I got the contents of the spearhead. Obviously, not the spearhead itself, but I've ended up getting the contents of the spearhead for because I don't have a destruction spearhead, so I wanted to have one so that we can do a little tournament here at my place with some sort of local people. But yeah, they're cool. I built the Art Boys the other day in the Mega Boss. They're fun to put together.
Good, aren't they?
They're so chunky. That's what I like about them. And I, you know, I'll follow your tutorial, but they look, and I say this now, and maybe completely wrong, they look relatively straightforward to paint because they are just a lot of big sort of areas. There's not that much detail on them.
I'm painting using Magma Droth Flame. Which shade should I use to have it well shaded? I would actually look at using Gryph-hound Orange over the top of it to give it really good deep shading on Magma Droth Flame. Because it's stronger than Fugan Orange. It'll give you a really, really, really deep shading on it. I think I did that in the Chin Sha video. I can't remember what I did in that one though. Let me have a look. But go on. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just going to say, to No Names has asked a question about basically, do you think the Moran and the Orc tutorial for skin and the Hill Tribesman for leather and cloth would work well on Mordor/Angmar Orcs? I prefer to keep them without red or green, so not army locks. Obviously, I'll let Josh answer, No Name, but I would say, yeah, that sounds great. I've done my, obviously, I need to do more, and I will use the Hill Tribesman for it, but I use Josh's Moran and Orcs skin for my non-Moran and Orcs, and then they are basically just a symphony of brown. And various other sort of dark colours, so that I can use them exactly the same, Mordor, Angmar, whatever. So I think that sounds good.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, there you go, Mikhail. There you go. If you check out that video there, that will, and it's towards the end when I did the base. It's Magma Droth Flame, and then it's shaded with Gryph-hound Orange. That's what it looks like when you do it that way. Basically, that's the example. I know it's likely an absolute pain, but the thing you did with the Stormcast and the Skaven with the different sub-factions was super helpful for me and a couple of friends. Yeah, I mean, I try to... I would like to do it for everything ever, of all times. The problem is that I also like to own... I like to use my models. So, when for example, if let's say the next 40k box comes out, and there's a unit of 10 intercessors, for lack of a better word, but they're new, so they're like light intercessors, let's call them that. I want to do 5 for my army that I can use because they can come in units of 5, but then the other 5 I can then do in different sub-factions. However, you do end up in these scenarios, right, where, like, for example, where you might receive a box of something that comes in units of 10, and you get 10 in the box. So, like the Storm Vermin. And I wanted to paint all the Storm Vermin up as a usable unit of Storm Vermin for my Skaven collection, rather than do them in different colours. So, because otherwise, I just can't then use them. It looks a bit weird.
Like multicolored army.
Yeah, which is fine when it's on a unit by unit basis. I think that can really work, but I like to have a strong theme for my armies anyway. So that's why my Blood Angels are all red and not various different versions of Angels in Carmine and Flesh Tearers red and all this kind of thing. So it's a slightly tricky one, and it's not necessarily that it's a pain to do. It's just I have to kind of consider my enjoyment of it as well. But yeah, I will try to do more of that as and when it comes up, when I can do that. Hello sir, do you use a texture palette when you dry brush, or how you avoid that dusty look? Do you have any secrets how to do it right? No, I don't use a texture palette. I use kitchen roll to do mine. I guess the best advice I can give you is to firstly, after you've done a full dry brush, get something like a medium shade brush afterwards, and then give your model a dust. If you do that, actually, you'll end up taking off a lot of it, rather than... Because if you then go on and do a shade or something afterwards, you end up, like, baking in the dust. Dust your model afterwards, and you'll actually pull off a fair amount of it. But as you're actually doing the dry brushing, angling your model rather than your brush is still applicable as to, like, when you do base and layer paints, right? When you're painting a model, you should move the model, not your brush, as it were. And what I mean by that is... move the model to get the angle rather than move your brush to get the angle, rather than so for example, like if you're painting let's say you're painting this Space Marine, right? If you're dry brushing this Space Marine, you want to move the model so that you get the angles. And don't forget that if you've got a flat dry brush like this one, that the kind of flat ways on, the long ways, is one way to also dry brush models, but you can turn it like that, and you can use the short end as well to get into those kind of slightly difficult to reach areas. So when you're dry brushing your model, rather than holding the model like this and then moving your brush around like this to get the dry brush, you should always move the model. So that way you get the angle at the angle that you want it to be at, so that you just hit the edge. So this is the same for when you're doing base and layer paints. You shouldn't be trying to paint under here by using your brush like that. You should be just move the model and just get it at the angle and move like this. It's the same thing for dry brushing. You move the model as you go around.
And I would say one thing, like, I think perhaps I'm in the same position as a lot of people in chat, right? I'm a amateur painter. I'm not doing this as you do professionally. One thing I find that's really helped me to get that technique and sort of learning from you and moving the model around is using some sort of painting handle. And it sounds like, it doesn't have to be GW, it can be anything, right? Or anything you attach it to. But having something that you can grip onto rather than trying to hold the base and move the model around on, anything up to probably like a 50mm, 60mm base is actually a lot easier. Because it just allows you to get those angles and move the model around rather than, as you say, trying to like get your brush into like an awkward position. And it just makes things that much easier.
Yeah, you can turn the model upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that's the thing. Don't forget, you can turn the model upside down.
Prime example, that bit of Gandalf the White I missed, I was talking about earlier. I didn't miss it on the, it's more prominent on the cavalry model, but I had that in my holder thing that I use, the painting handle. Whereas in the foot one, I was just holding the 25mm base with my fingers, so I just missed it. So yeah, it just helps you see more of the detail, get your eyes around the model, and do your painting.
Yeah. Annoyingly, Eldar Guardians are only in 10s for the different craft world tutorials. Yeah, Eldar Guardians would be one that, because I don't really want an Eldar army, I would happily buy a box of Guardians to do, what are there, 6 or 7? How many craft worlds are there?
Oh god, Samhain, Iandan, Yggdrasil, Altansar, Ulthwé. Naming them now.
What about ones that are not Forge World?
Hang on, I'll see if I can get the list. Yeah, there's sort of the major ones are
Alatok, Samehan, Baeltan, Ulthwé, Iandan.
Yeah.
That'd be it, right?
Yeah.
They're the main ones.
Yeah, I guess Luganath is one you see people do sometimes, and Ime Lock or Ime Lock. Altansar is just because that's how I did mine. That's a variation on Ulthwé with red in it, basically. It's where Morgan Ra's from. He's from Altansar.
Yeah. Oh, I need to get Eldrad as well. People keep asking for Eldrad.
I've got like a 60% done Eldrad sitting on my shelf, so I'll wait for you to finish the tutorial.
We'll see. I mean, look, we don't know when it's going to happen, but there's going to be quite a significant Eldar output this year, so
Yeah.
Maybe I'll look at doing some Guardians alongside that. I need to do some Howling Banshees and some Dark Reapers, because they're the only aspects that I don't have tutorials on the channel.
Do you not?
So no, so I have done Morgan Ra and I have done Janezar. I
That's
haven't
what
done the thingies, and I might revisit Janezar as well and do that to just do another Janezar video, because we've got new paints.
Yes.
But like I said, there's a video on the channel for Shining Spears, Warp Spiders, Striking Scorpions, Swooping Hawks, Fire Dragons, Dire Avengers. They should all be on the channels. Any tutorials on the channel that you recommend for MESBG Great Eagle reference or Gwai here?
I would have thought. What about Iridan on the Talia on the wings?
Yeah, either of them would work. Iridan the Witness or Talia Vedra, Lioness of the Patch. Do you think the recipes for the Warp Spiders and the like will change? I don't see why they would. I don't see why I would. Like the only reason I would do Warp Spiders, Striking Scorpions, and that again would be if Games Workshop goes, oh yeah, look, here's an alternative way to paint them. So like, if you got a different looking Striking Scorpion, for example. Otherwise, I just wouldn't change them, because I've done most of them post Contrast 2. So it just seems a bit silly to do them again in exactly the same way.
And the aspect warriors always stay the same, right? No matter what craft world you're from, the aspect warriors are as they are. So
yeah,
those don't change. But yeah, I was going to say, Flying Muttley's right. The mini of the month for January per Warhammer community is a Striking Scorpion.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so on the channel we have Swooping Hawks, Striking Scorpions, Fire Dragons, Warp Spiders, Shining Spears, Avatar of Cain, Morgan Ra, Dire Avengers, How to Magnetize Dire Avengers, and Janezar. Now, I might redo Janezar, because I did that ages ago. That's a 4-year-old video, so that could do with being updated. But Morgan Ra, that was done. That I wouldn't change that. I wouldn't change Warp Spiders. I wouldn't change Fire Dragons. I wouldn't change Striking Scorpions. I wouldn't change Swooping Hawks. But again, the Swooping Hawks that they've previewed are in a slightly different colour. If I don't know if you've seen that. New Swooping Hawks. I can't find the picture. They've made them like a dark grey rather than a super bright blue. Or at least there is a version of it that's super dark grey. So, in fact, the version I'm looking at now, revealed at the Warhammer World Championships, that's kind of closer to Celestial Vindicators. So I might do the Swooping Hawks again, because they're slightly different.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see. I'll have to see what happens on the Eldar front. I do want to do all of the Phoenix Lords, though, because they are all new, apart from Asserman. It's just the
Asserman,
taller
yeah,
bit.
just slightly. Yeah, he's grown a bit. They put him in platform shoes.
Yeah, he's just taller. But
Yeah.
I will still paint it regardless. Mostly just because
You're resigned to
blue
it.
exists, so I'll just do that.
I look forward to the comments on that video where it's like, why aren't you using Ultramarines blue? Well,
Yeah. Well, because Assaman blue exists. I'll just assume you're not in need of extra stuff, but I'd love to see your take on Horus Heresy faction-specific units like Raven Guard Deliverers. Yeah, Horus Heresy is a funny one for me. I really want to do it, but I want to do it as like a passion project for, and I talked about this before, I want to do a White Scars army, which is why we did Chinshar, it's why we've done Jagatai Khan, it's why I've built one of the bikes. I will get to it eventually. Who knows what this year holds, you know? We already know, for example, that Fulgrim is coming, so we know that that's in our future, and we know that the Eldari are on the way. We know that the Auric Warclans are going on pre-order next Saturday. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's what they announced.
Yeah, so they're up first. We know that Deathclaw of Krieg are coming at some point in the future, and we also know that the Gloomspike Gits are on the way. So that's everything that we know, but we don't know anything else beyond that. And I suspect what we'll have this year is we'll have a lot of flurrying, a flurry of cool stuff. I don't think it'll be a consistent week in, week out of awesome things happening. So we'll have to see what the future holds. But it might be that we get to do a little bit more of the kind of clearing the backlog style videos, or more project focus or passion focused type videos this year. Because this summer isn't going to be occupied by a new edition of 40k or Age of Sigmar. It's going to be occupied by something else, and we have no idea what that is yet.
Yeah,
so
who knows?
It could be a huge pile of models. It could be a new hobby product. It could be Contrast 3. It could be anything, right? It could be another edition of Horus Heresy. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see on that front. But it is coming now. We are in 2025. We will find out in but a few months what the sort of June, July thing is going to be this year, and I'm really excited for it. I know my face and my voice don't indicate that I am, but it's because I'm fading quite fast. So, thank you very much for hanging out with us. Thank you, Adam, for hanging out with me for this last bit.
Thank you for having me.
We didn't paint the Baneblade, but we will, and there'll be a video on it. So, you know. Maybe I'll wait until the Rogel Dawn arrives, and then I'll film that for the priming bit, and then we'll do the whole thing. Anyway, I don't know. I'll figure it out. But we did manage to paint 2 whole Leman Russ today, which is really good going, especially as I feel very crap. But thank you so much for hanging out with us. A happy New Year to all of you out there who came and took part in today's stream. We've had 146 new members. That's amazing. We've had a huge amount of super chat revenue as well, which is just incredible. Honestly, your support means the world to us around here and to me, because without it, we don't keep the lights on without all of you. So 162 likes on a stream, incredible stuff. And I guess the only thing left to say is just Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, everybody.
Welcome to 2025.
Yeah, let's make it a good one.
Let's make it a great one. Let's make it a great hobby year for all involved.
Yeah.
And let's go out there. Let's kick ass. Let's reduce our piles of grey. Well, I won't. Mine will expand. But that's such as the price one pays for having a YouTube channel.
Indeed.
And let's the long march to 100,000 subscribers starts now. We're already well on the way. But I need your help to get there. But we will do it eventually. So I'm gonna go now. Adam's also gonna go because I'm in charge of the off button.
I'm gonna go walk the dog.
You're gonna go walk the dog. Well, there you go. But just 40 more clan rats to get through for me, not for you. Yes, it's well established by now. I will never be painting clan rats ever again. Happy New Year's and a lot of new projects. Exactly, Julian. Loads of new projects to come. Well, Adam, enjoy your dog walk.
Thank you.
And everybody out there, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your week. There will be a painting video coming out for you tomorrow. It is the last one that I filmed and edited of last year. It is the Saviours of Cinderfall, otherwise known as Callus and Toll. That will be coming out for you all tomorrow. And then on Saturday, we've got a video that I can't tell you what it is yet, but you've probably already figured it out. Anyway, I'll see you all very soon in the next one. Lots of love, stream and chat. I love you very much. Happy New Year to each and every single one of you. You're the best. And I'm going to raise the hand of farewell, and I shall shake it at you until the end stream button works.
Hey everyone.
Bye.
Bye guys.